We're live.
Ho, ho, ho. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to PM in the PM. As I'm almost choking to death because I was eating apple pie cookies prior to the show because I just got in the door along with a protein shake. So yeah, that's a great mix. But yeah, welcome to PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM for another Thursday night pre-holiday special kind of deal tonight, December the 21st. And what a time, Mav, to have an actual show right before the holidays, because my God, we've got some things to get into, man. We've got some things. I know you've already had a chance to talk about them. I have not had a chance to talk
Yeah.
about them. But my God, I know there's a whole lot of feelings out here. If you got certain feelings about this situation and these things, again, Mav and I are going to dive into them. We're not going to do spoiler stuff. We never do the spoiler stuff here. I'm not going to, we're not going to read from the leaked transcripts, or the script, I should say, the actual script. And we're not going to do anything crazy like that. But we are definitely going to get into the leaks, as you can see from our thumbnail tonight, the amazing thumbnail from Kaitlin. As always, we got leaks, bub. So yeah, we're going to get into that. We got some other things we probably talk about as well. But I hope you're all doing fantastic, chat. I hope you're all having a great lead up to the holidays, however you celebrate them. I hope everything's going well for you. My week, oh boy, it's been fun. It's been crazy, but we're trying to get stuff done before the holidays here as well. But I got to get to my co-host, the man who does own the Fun Speculation Network, co-owns it with Kaitlin, of course, but he is the man in the main chair 95% of the time, except for Thursdays. This man needs no introduction, but he always gets one here. So everybody put your hands together in the chat for the one and only Fun Speculation, aka Mav. We're going to have some fun tonight, brother. What's going on?
What's up, man? Thinking about it now, I was really smart by giving you this captain's chair for this show because I get a Pong intro every single time.
You do,
Yeah.
which you normally don't get because you do all the intros yourself.
It's amazing. It makes me feel special and warm and fuzzy inside every single time. It's great.
I'm glad, man.
No.
I love doing it for you. Let's go.
But no, I mean, it's been a crazy week, dude. It's been an absolute crazy week. Man, this has been a crazy year, not just because of all the games that have come out and, all the accolades for all these games and, one of the best years ever. But, it's been so many leaks and inside information come out, which is like, that's our kind of stuff, man. I mean, that's the name of this channel is Fun Speculation. And when we get a peek behind the curtain, it is like a Christmas gift for us, right? And how
those curtains have been thrown wide this year, brother, on all angles. Yeah. We've gotten info from everywhere and everybody this year. It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been insane. Now, like with one of the biggest ones ever, obviously happening this week. It's a lot to talk about, man. Some people don't want to talk about it. Some people don't want to cover it. It's very interesting.
We're gonna get into
stuff going on out there, but I think maybe those same people are starting to realize maybe this isn't coming across so great how we're appearing right now, but
sure,
it'll be fun to talk about. I can't wait to talk about that. But other than that, man, just been playing a lot of Fortnite actually after the new chapter came out. Been playing with my daughter, my wife. It's in a really fun place right now. I got Donatello skin, so I've been rocking that for a while.
Ooh, very nice.
Been watching shows. I'm in this weird samurai kick right now.
Sweet.
No,
Blue-eyed samurai, like everybody else.
I watched Blue-eyed Samurai, and I was like, oh my God, that show is so good. So after that, I started watching this other show on Netflix. It's like a documentary about that period. It's called Age of Samurai, and it's really good too. And now the other weird thing happened too, man. My wife, Kaitlin, right?
Yes.
She's starting to get into Westerns.
Oh, doggy. That opens up a whole new realm right there.
I know, bro. I told you earlier this year, it was like she's like all of a sudden a different person. She's been into like all these military movies and all this kind of stuff. And like,
is she like anime yet though? Because that's
no,
really
I don't think she'll ever be into that, you know.
That's the turning point when you come home and she's watching Attack on Titan or something. Then it's gonna be on at that point.
It should be unrecognizable. Yeah,
but Western's really classics, modern. Are you getting mixing?
More modern, you know.
Okay.
I got her to watch Magnificent Seven, the Denzel one, you know.
Okay.
And she actually really liked that. And then we watched. I was trying to find a fun one that I remember, so I had her watch Maverick from the '90s.
Oh,
you know, the comedy. You know,
nice.
Maverick.
Yes.
And so like she wasn't as into that one, but she started coming around in the second half of it. But you know, there's so many other ones like 310 to Yuma. I wanted to get her to watch, you know, stuff like that. So, you know, well, we're gonna start testing the waters and see here. But man, it's been fun. I just been actually more than gaming the last like week or two. And it's kind of happens this time of year. I kind of play some games here and there, but I kind of like sitting back, relaxing, watching some shows and playing catch up on some of that stuff too. So I've been doing a lot of that. But we also got Christmas shopping done, so that's the thing too.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a thing, you know.
It is a thing, but unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, kids are all grown up over here, so it's money. It's money. Yeah. It's cash. It's easy now, and not so much shopping anymore.
How much money do you want for Christmas, son?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what they get. I Venmo my kid.
Right on. That makes it easy.
Yeah, I give him a card and I'm like, check your Venmo. That's what I do. But no, Christmas shopping is always an experience. I'm doing great. But listen, it gets even better right now because ma'am, we're not gonna jump into what I've been doing right now because we gotta acknowledge. First, number one, Bold Alpha Wolf Pack says, yeah, that's right, guys. It is the holiday, so I'm going to get the sub train rolling. Wink, wink. We're going to make it happen early tonight. That's right. Bold Alpha Wolfpack says, I'm buying 5 tickets to the Hype Express. That's what I'm doing tonight. So he gifts a nice big 5 bomb, a nice easy layup. And guess who said, I'll take that layup. I'll see that layup. It's none other than the one and only Decado dropping in here. He says, I'm going to buy 5 more tickets to the Hype Express. That's right. So both of you and everybody that's getting a seat on this subtrain right now from these 2 people, these 2 amazing people, guess what? Choo-choo, motherfuckers. And guess what? It doesn't stop there because once again, Bold Alpha says, oh, we got 5 plus 5. That equals 10. Guess what? We're going to get 10 more amazing people on the Speculation Hype Express tonight. Going into the holidays, going into Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. So I'm gifting a 10 bomb. That's right. Layup after layup after layup. And again, this all helps you, chat, because nobody wants ads on this channel. So you're only helping yourselves. That's right. You're only helping yourselves. And the goal is now down to an easy, cool 906. But we have breaking news, Mav, because again, Decado can't help himself. He sees the easy 10 bomb. And he says, you know what? Wink, wink, Bold Alpha Wolf Pack. I see your 10. Wink, wink. And guess what I just found? I found 10 more tickets to the damn Hype Express. That's right. I found 10 more. He had another 5 in there too.
Well, he had a 5 before the 10.
I gave him the 5 already, okay, Mav. Don't be adding to this. You're screwing up my math right now. Don't screw up the Hype Express. So Decado says, guess what I found? I found an extra 10 in my pocket. So he comes in with a 10 bomb. Choo-choo. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. It's a holiday time, and we're on the Hype Express train. That's right. That's what we're doing around here to keep the advertising off of this channel. That's why we do this. These are layups. These are slam dunks, and not to be outdone, the one and only brother from another 3-bit, the developer himself, has to come in here and he says, you know what? I've seen enough. I've seen enough of the Hype Express. I got to get on board and I'm going to bring some people with me. So 3-bit comes in here with a 5 bomb as well. This chat is simply amazing. And again, We don't discriminate around here. We don't. We don't care how you do this. We don't care if it's a single. We don't care if it's a 5. We don't care if it's a 10. We don't care if you come in here with the nuke and the 20 bomb. We give credit to all for just being here. And if you are listening, that's just as vital to keeping the ads off this channel as it is gifting the sub train. Because all you got to do there, it's real simple. You hit the like button or you share it out. Both of those things work towards the goals, because more people in our chat means more opportunity for layups, means more opportunity for bombs, means more opportunity for the Hype Express to continue. Like Bold Alpha Wolfpack, he says, we ain't done shoveling coal, everybody. We're not done shoveling coal, wink, wink. We are getting up to Mach 2 before we even get out of our intros. That's right, Bold Alpha Wolfpack says, I'm seeing all this generosity, and I got to keep going, folks. I got generosity coming out of my ears, so I'm going to go ahead and buy 10 more tickets for some more people to join the Speculation Hype Express. That's right, we're adding cars already. We haven't even gotten through the intros. We're adding cars to the hype train already. Bold Alpha Wolfpack with another 10 bomb, a 10 pack of tickets, a nice easy dunk down the lane. That's right, Bold Alpha Wolfpack getting with it. And of course, wow, when we're dunking like this, folks, when we're doing layups and this is pre-game warm-ups right here. That's where we're at right now. We're in pre-game warm-ups with all these guys. That's right, because Decado says, oh, I just saw Bold Alpha Wolfpack dunk that. I just saw him dunk that. Well, guess what? I'm going to come with a windmill. I'm going to go ahead and come with a windmill, and I'm going to come with a 20 freaking bomb in here. I'm going to come with one of those small tactical nukes, and we're going to go ahead and get this hype train up to 2.5, Mach 2.5 before the intros are even done. And your goal is already down, chat. Look at what they've done to your goal. They've decimated your goal with these bombs. They've decimated already. We're down to 881 at this point. 881 already. It's not going to take you guys any time to make this show ad-free. You guys are on a roll this month. Ho, 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 and chew, 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 motherfuckers. And in between all of that, Mav, I think we got a little coming in here with a little $5 super chat. I think I saw. You got that one, Mav?
Yeah, it's thank you, Alvin. Everybody, thank you. Y'all are insane. Alvin with the $5 super chat says 310 to Yuma is a top 10 underrated movie all time. It's phenomenal. Still in the market to add an authentic hand of God to my revolver collection. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. And again, Spider-Man 356, you missed it, bro. You missed it in between all the hype, between all the explosions of the bombs. You missed me. Shout out 3-Bit. I gave 3-Bit the credit for coming in here with that 5 layup. I did that a long time ago, sir. You just missed it because we were too hyped. But we got another. Again, we don't discriminate here. The hype train accepts everything. It doesn't just have to be sub tickets all the time. No. We take those super chats. We take super stickers like the one and only Danny Passion Official. Wink, wink. Coming in here officially, wink, wink, with the $5 super sticker. That's right. The 5 bombs are dropping. The layups are going in. It's nothing but net. And my God, here we go, Mav. See, and I gotta get serious real quick. This, again, for anybody who doesn't know, again, this is a stick. This is a riff off of somebody who does e-bag. We don't do that here. If you're listening and you're going, oh God, I just found one of those channels. You haven't found one of those channels. Okay, this is a riff. This is a segment. But this generosity in this community is freaking nuts. You guys are all unbelievable. Every single one of you. And when I say generosity, it's not just about this stuff that we're shouting out right now. It literally is about you guys and gals giving your time to listen to our shows, to interact in the chat. That's what this generosity of this community is all about. It's in totality. When I say we don't discriminate, I mean that. It all means the world to us that do this, right? We give our time as podcasters, but you are also giving your time as the audience, as the chat, as you're lurking, as you're listening down the road in the future to back podcasts. It is all part of one big circle of life when it comes to this content creation. And I love you all. And it's nothing but respect. What I've seen over this past, I mean, I see it all year long, But man, these past couple weeks, some of the stuff that's been happening in this community on some of these shows and just to individuals who are deserving, you guys are absolutely ridiculous. Again, myself, I have a very low bar for humanity. I don't expect a whole lot of humans anymore. I've seen, heard, been through too much. But my God, when I come jump in this community, you guys always find a way to say, you know what, that low bar might be the standard for a lot of people out there, but we still have a lot of high bar human beings out in the world who want to do great things. And I just want to say I love every single one of you. Thank you for being a part of our community and joining us on all of our shows. Not just this one, but all the shows across, even other people's channels. Like, that's what it's all about. That's why we're all here. And I gotta do this, Mav. I'll let you get your bars off too, because I know you have some things to say. But my God, Decado, we're gonna go back into the stick because there is no way I can't let this man just got the hype train to Mach 5.5. We jumped 3. We jumped 3 in 1 because Decado said, guess what, guys? You know, I bought all these tickets. I dropped all these bombs in here, but I wasn't done yet. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. I got my whole red suit on right now. And I'm going to go ahead and jump in here. And I'm going to go ahead and drop the nuke of all nukes on this entire chat early in the show. Go ahead, shut down the show, call it a night, because I'm ending it right here. Of course, that's not what's going to happen, but that's what Decado's trying to do to us right now. Moving us up to this hype Mach 5.5 express train at the Fun Speculation Network, blowing through towns, blowing through news left and right. Decado fuels us with a 100 bomb, an unbelievable 100 bomb nuke, leveling everything in sight until the hype train gets to the next stop. Thank you once again, Decado, for your contributions so that this can be an ad-free show. Thank you so much, Decado. We might even have to bump down the goal by maybe like 10 for that one. Maybe like 10. Okay? I think that's fair, right? 10? Let's do that. So you guys are down to, what did I say before? 881. So let's go 871. But that's not the end of it. No. We even haven't gotten through our intros yet because the other brother from another, the one and only Steel Rain, said, guess what? I'm about to hop on these cars, but I see they're a little bit full. So we're going to have to add some more cars right now. So guess what? Because I'm buying 10 more tickets. I'm dropping a 10 bomb. I'm dunking on everybody in here with 10 gifted subs. The hype train is now at Mach 5.75, folks. We are out of control. We are going to hit that Mach 10. And we are now at, let's see, I'll give credit. I'll give extra credit. We're down to 831 right now. 831, everybody, to keep this show ad-free. We've still got, what, 7 days left? We got 10 days left in the month. Let's do it. Let's do it. Go ahead, Mav. What you got to say, brother?
I mean, I can't do the Pong Soul thing.
You don't have to do the Pong Soul thing, but I know you got something to say about this community.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's honestly, you guys are overwhelming. You know, it's like, I talk about it at times in the past, several times, about, you know, what the community and everything has meant to me and my wife and everything as we started our channel. And I made a post like last week, I think, you know, just because of, you know, I feel like this year we've seen a lot of growth and we've had, you know, kind of turned a corner a little bit as a community and as a channel and everything. And for me, like, the most important thing is just seeing people in the chat, hanging out, having fun, talking games and all that kind of stuff, like we love to do, right? And to see new people come around and you see the same old faces we've seen here for a couple of years and stuff. And when these guys, obviously, you know, they all know like what you're doing. It's a shtick based on, you know, some of these guys out there that do that to, like, you know, set those goals and all that kind of stuff. And and that's never what we've been about at all. And it's never what we will be about. And I like, but for you guys to like know what's going on and to see that, but like, you're actually throwing real money out there and support, like that stuff's real. You know what I mean? It makes a difference and it has an impact. And like the generosity is just absolutely amazing and something I'd never expect, never ever, just always appreciate. And that goes for
100%.
every single person that's lurking, listens on audio, stops by just to say hi, just every single one of you. You could be doing a million different things right now, but you're choosing here to hang out with us. And when you guys go above and beyond and that stuff, it honestly gets to me sometimes. And it's emotional at times, right? You guys are just absolutely fucking incredible. The entire community, the gaming community in general, Xbox community, our community especially, like you guys, it's mean the fucking world to me, man. And 100%.
Absolutely. All what Mav said, and choo choo, motherfuckers. That's right. Ho, ho, ho. If you guys keep going, this is not only going to be ad free here, but we might buy a whole damn coffee plantation full of trees and might be producing the best ground coffee you have ever had in your entire life. The speculation coffee. You will speculate why it's so damn good and why you feel so hype after drinking it. That might just happen, folks. So keep your eyes out. Might have it. Might have to get a little spinner, a spinning table right next to us, Mav, that spins the coffee as we talk. I think we might have to do that. We might have to do that. I think it'd be a great idea.
Yeah. I'm thinking of making our own animal crackers. I think that's more fitting.
Hear that, everybody? Fun speculation, animal crackers.
Fun speculation, crackers.
As long as we can have frosting on one of them. At least we can have one brand that's frosted and one brand that's unfrosted.
They'll be the Pong ones.
That's fine.
The Pong.
Love you all. Love you all. Thank you all for joining us tonight. Again, this is absolutely amazing start. You guys, again, it is incredible. Like Matt said, it gets emotional. We've gotten emotional on this show before. We got emotional on a lot of the fun speculation channels before from some of the stuff that's happened, but you guys are absolutely incredible. Let's get my intros out of the way. This week, I'm in a weird place too, Mav. Although I'm not watching TV shows per se, I'm watching 80s movies a lot, which I do from time to time while I go to bed. I like to go back and get that nostalgia feeling. So I find old 80s movies that I haven't seen or that I've seen a billion times when I watch them again. But I've been gaming wise. I don't know if you saw my post, Mav, but I started another run of Dragon Age Origins. Don't ask me why. I saw it in there and I was like, you know what? Let's start another run of Dragon Age Origins. Let's fire it up. It's got FPS boost on the Series X. It's got auto HDR. Shout out to Jason Ronald and his whole team over there. Let's do another run. I've kind of missed that world. I'm having a blast. I'm having peak BioWare. Mav was different. The conversations, the writing, the way that they set up the different scenes is like Baldur's Gate 3 before Baldur's Gate 3, right? And again, it's not to that level because, again, it's old, but they are like some of the precursor to what we see in Baldur's Gate 3. Again, the conversations even between your party members in the background, we get that a lot in a lot of games where you got party members, but it's hit or miss. In Dragon Age Origins, their conversations are freaking funny. They're informative. They're freaking awesome. I forgot how good some of this stuff was. So I've been doing that. And then last night, thanks and shout out to brother from another Psychonauts, who threw in the chat that I had forgot that it at Xbox had another 30 demos drop. And he highlighted a couple of them in our DMs. And so I went and downloaded Vagras. Which is a very complex, it's almost 4X strategy, but it's not because you're the leader of a moving caravan. So it's kind of an open world RPG to it, but you really don't, you got to control how you pay the people in your, in your caravan. You have to control how much food is given to these people. You can push them beyond their limits and exhaust them. You have actual trade that you have to do. Like, this is like a full simulator. And then if you get caught in battle, it turns to a 9 grid based turn-based battle system. So you got 9 squares on each side, and it's one of those. So you're on one side, the enemies are on the other side. Each has 9 squares to choose from, to where to put your party members, where you can move and that kind of stuff. And it turns into a turn-based battle. But Vagrus demo, it's definitely a PC game that has been ported by a smaller company to the console. So you get the small text, you get, you know, they didn't upgrade any of that. In fact, the tutorial still has all the keyboard and mouse controls in it. So when you're reading off how to do something, it'll be like hit spacebar. So again, this is a smaller team. This is an indie title, but has some very cool, very complex systems in place. Like, I don't even understand half of what I'm supposed to be doing at this point. And I went through the whole tutorial, and like, I read everything. And I'm still kind of lost on some of it, because there's some things I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean I can do that? How do I do that? And then I went back and reread it, and I still was like, no, that doesn't make any sense. So Vagrus is a very cool game. If you're looking for something to test your brain, if you're looking for something to challenge you, and you like that strategy, heavy strategy, along with a turn-based battle system built in, but you really want to think about it, there's not a whole lot of narration, but there is a lot of writing. This is very heavy reading, but it is so well done that honestly, I could see this being turned into a movie, a book, a TV show. Like, the writers, whoever wrote this game, and I haven't looked them up yet, has a lot of freaking talent. Like, this is very good, entertaining. I felt like I was reading one of my old fantasy novels at times.
Yeah.
It was that good. So yeah, Vagrus was very cool, but otherwise, yeah, it's just been Dragon Age Origins this week. I'm back enamored with that game. And I know that sounds stupid because of how much new stuff is out there, but it's so classic. It's timeless. Again, if you can get past the graphics, right, which I don't care about, right? If you can get past some of the jank that's still there, you got 60 frames, you've got auto HDR. It's not the most beautiful game by any stretch of the imagination. The 360 generation was well known for its kind of bland browns and grays, and it's not pretty almost all the time. But my God, if the RPG system is freaking fantastic, and it makes me sad because I realize once again, Mav, how much we actually lost with BioWare, how much talent left BioWare and what they used to be, bro. Like, that team, oh my God, just phenomenal work over there. So
yeah, they used to be the
one of
the crown jewel for me. You know what I mean? But you know, it is what it is, I guess.
It is what it is, but it does remind you when you go back and look at this
now
game.
Larian's that.
Yeah, now Larian's that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. We got Spartan 661. Spartan 661 says, I see this hype train, Mach 5.75. We're going to kick that up to a little Mach 5.8 because we don't discriminate. We're going to shovel this $5 super chat as coal into the furnace of the hype train. The Fun Speculation Express is rolling. He drops a $4.99 super chat and says, your knowledge and entertainment is what brings us back every episode. We enjoy your enthusiasm and the love of gaming, watching the Fun Speculation family. Spartan 661, much love. Again, love to hear that stuff. Again, that's what we are here. That's why Mav started this whole channel. It's what it's growing into even more so with the family. It's all about a bunch of people who have all of what you just described there. The fact that you guys see that, the fact that you want to join us and get some of that energy and also give your energy back to us means the entire world to me personally.
We are amazing. You are us. Like yeah. It's like, you know, grew up with this shit, love gaming news and gaming in general, and like just being able to share that with you guys is just absolutely fucking incredible. Let's have a fun ass show. You want to do some shout outs, Pong?
Yeah, we got to get this amazing chat that's sitting here listening to us go crazy before we even get our intros done, because people want to drop bombs and layups in here all the damn time. We are going to get some shout outs to this amazing chat. So first of all, none other than the one and only Boom Boom Kaboom Noof freaking Nukem drops in here. What's going on, Noof? Great to see you, brother. Doom Reaper is in the house. What's going on, Doom? We got the OCDgamer in here. We got Live Supremacy, of course, dropping on by. We've got the Drake Williams in here. What's going on, Drake? We got Arthur One in the house. Said it been a funny week. It has been. It has been in a lot of ways. Talos Ray's here. What's going on, Talos? We got Poisoned Maniac in the house. What's going on, Poison? Always great to see you. Of course, OCD Gamer's got to be in here. What's going on, OCD Gamer? We got FarQ in the house, of course. What's up, FarQ? We got the one and only Dakado dropping on by. I think everybody knows that by now. And of course, everybody knows also that the Bold Alpha Wolf Pack is in the house. And we've got Valorian in here as well. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. We've got, who else in here? We got the brother from another, Fuzzy Belvedere is in the house, everybody. What's going on, Fuzz? Great to see you, brother. We got Luis Jose, of course, jumping in the chat, joining in this craziness. Let's go, Luis Jose. We got the Hooded Canuck in the house. What's going on, Hooded? We got Snooky Jackson here. We got Alvin. Wait, I did that wrong. Alvin! There we go. That's better. Alvin, what's going on? We got Ghost Fixer here. What's going on, Ghost Fixer? We got Charlie Hustle dropping on by as well. We got the Blue One. Great to see you, brother. Been a minute. Great to see you, Blue. We got Niturnal in the house. What's going on, Niturnal? We, of course, got Spartan 661 in the house. We've got who else is in here? We've got, God, you guys are talking up a storm. As always, Jesse B is in the house. What's going on, Jesse? Great to see you. We've got Why So Serious in here. What's going on, Why? Great to have you a part of our show in the chat as well. We got the beautiful Miss Kaitlin, who once again, check out that thumbnail. Absolutely incredible job, Kaitlin. Almost exactly what I pictured when I put the title into the DMs. Thank you, Kaitlin, as always, for everything that you do, my dear. Appreciate you so much. Who else is in here? We got the brother from another 3-bit is in the house. Developer extraordinaire. He is the man. Don't ever forget why Fable is not going to come out until like 2028. All right. Anyways, we got Jax82 in the house. What's going on, Jax? We got Magnum Westward dropping on by. He says, Pong, can you also sell your cream for the coffee? Pause.
Whoa. Hey, now.
Pause. But let me tell you, if you guys hit your goals enough that we get that coffee tree plantation going, maybe we can do an extended goal where we actually do creamer too as well. Special creamer for all of you out there. Speculation creamer. Pause and double pause. Let's go.
Wasn't there somebody that was selling their yeast for
sure, for bread making. Why not?
Bread making? Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Bathwater. Maybe we'll do Mav bathwater. Maybe that'll be a stretch goal too. Mav bathwater.
You don't want that, trust me. Yes.
Oh, there'll be people that buy it these days. We got Sanchez MTZ Gaming in the house. What's going on? Sanchez. Who else we got up in here? We got Polly Baba in the house. What's going on, Polly? Who else? We got Amit Kumar is here. Amit, always great to see you. We got Froggy T White in the house. What's going on, Froggy? We got the one and only John Wolf, who loves to howl on the X and stir up trouble all the damn time. What's going on, John? Keep fighting the good fight, sir. Cypher Type 1 is in here. What's going on, Cypher? Great to see you. Who else we got? We got Prince Green in the house. What's going on, Prince Green? Mitchy Pooh. Always great to see you, my friend. Thank you for dropping on by. Who else? We got the Sensei Matrix in the house. Is going on, Sensei? We got the one and only Nam Omar is in here. What's going on, Nam? Great to see you, always dropping by. We got the Flying Vegetable Nutsack. We got the Flying Vegetable Nutsack. I had to say it twice.
Is that C Money, or is there just a picture of C Money on the Flying Vegetable Nutsack?
I don't know which one it is. If that's C Money or if that's somebody that's using his picture. Either way, hilarious name.
It could be Doodle with a picture of C Money with Flying Vegetable Nutsack. Yeah.
It could be. It certainly could be. Love it. Freaking classic. We got the Green Goblin in here. What's going on, Green Goblin? Always great to see you. Who else is in here? We got Nate Dogg in the house. What's going on, Nate Dogg? Always great to see you. Let's see here. We've got Cullen Prime is in the house. What's going on, Cullen Prime? Thank you so much for joining our chat tonight and joining the show. BT Maverick 707. What is going on, BT Maverick? We got Spider-Man 356 in the house. We got the Robots Win. That's right, the Robots Win. What is going on? Great to have you a part of the show. Who else? I might have to scroll down. I'm getting towards the top. Andrew Cullinane's in the house. What's going on, Andrew? We got Focus Active in here as well. Thank you for dropping by and saying hi. We got Susie Charbonneau in the house. I hope I didn't butcher it, but Susie always great to see.
It's accurate. It's the right way to say it.
Perfect. Awesome. I say a lot of names in the day, so I usually try to do my best. God Emperor Sofa King is here. What is going on, God Emperor? We got Mr. Waffles in the house. What's going on, Waffles? What are you saying? You hate pancakes? Is that what you're saying? You hate pancakes? Could be Mr. Pancakes. You had to be Mr. Waffles. I see you. Okay. We got Wizzy Tech N getting a membership. We got Paul W getting a membership. We got Mino Bueno getting a membership. We got HH getting a membership. We got Charles Heron getting a membership. We got David R getting a membership. We got Tim Per 21 getting a membership. Shout out to all the new fun speculators. Sorry if I missed a lot of you. Again, there was a lot of gifted memberships to start the show. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the hype train. Mach 5.8. We are on our way, and we're going to talk some news here soon. Tone, I see you. Thank you for dropping in here as well. Now let me scroll to the bottom and see who decided to jump in, because this always happens when I do this, but let's see if anybody else. There was a lot of names in that one. Dion Hayes. What's going on, Dion? Always great to see your name in the chat. Thanks for dropping in here.
Sperling?
Nope, I did not get Mike Sperling. Yep, but I'm getting right there. Mike, the Series X Sperling. What is going on, Mike? Great to see you, brother. Thank you for dropping by and joining our chat, enjoying the show. Who else we got in here? We got Scorpio in the house. What's going on, Scorpio? We got It's TiMMEH. It's TiMMEH's here. What's going on? It's TiMMEH. Great to have you as always. We got Chaos Theory 81. What's going on, Chaos? Thank you for dropping by and saying hi. Who else? Arthur 1. I see you. What's going on, Arthur 1? Captain Crunch, of course, I gotta shout that out. One of the most underrated cereals of all time.
Yeah,
one of my
but
favorites.
I don't know. Stop cutting up the damn roof of my mouth, Mr. Captain Crunch.
That's why you gotta let him soak in the little milk a little bit longer,
I hate
brother.
soggy cereal, man. It's like
That's your problem. It's a you problem.
It goes from razor blades to soggy shit in the matter of 5.6 seconds.
That soggy shit is tasty as hell, and it doesn't cut the roof of your mouth. So that's a you problem. Sheba Army Brat, what's going on, Sheba Army Brat? Great to have you joining us tonight as well. And I think that's as many people as I can see. Oh, Tando, what is going on, Tando? I see you, and I saw you earlier. Tando won the Tomb Raider trilogy, the new Tomb Raider trilogy on Living Split Screen last weekend, and he had thanked me for that again. Tando, no, thank you again for all the support and for showing up and showing out. Always appreciate you, Tando. Glad we could get that worked out for you. So, all right, everybody. Let's get into Jay's World. I see you, Jay's World 2021, and Mr. 7 Digit. I see you as all jumping in here. Great to have you a part of the show as always. Trevor, I see you just watched Boom Show. Congratulations and thank you for coming on by as well. Trevor, good to see you. All right, Mav, we got to jump into this, but we got to start. We got to start with the, what are we going to start? We're going to start with the non-coverage of this. So for anybody living underneath the rock, obviously, there was a hacker group that got a hold of Insomniac, about 1.2 or 1.5 million files, over a terabyte's worth, a couple terabytes worth.
1.7.
1.7 million. Yeah. Okay, thank you. 1.7 million files. And they had
terabytes. 1.7
terabytes. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, 1.7 terabytes. They had been threatening Sony and Insomniac, and I had asked for a $2 million ransom. Again, all of this is horrible. Okay, we don't condone hackers here. I do condone some hacking in other areas when it comes to government and that kind of stuff. Like, hackers do some good out in the world sometimes, right? But when you are doing a for-profit on an entertainment company, you're not going to get me in your corner, even if you do give me some information that I get excited about or some information that's very interesting or fascinating. You still don't got I don't have your back. So this was a shitty situation that was ongoing. They had set a time limit. I believe it was for Tuesday of this week, and Sony decided not to pay them. Again, not here to discuss that decision. That is what it is. Each company's got to do that. There's points on both sides as to why or why not you don't, or why not you pay somebody that is ransoming your information. So what did they do, Mav? They dropped the whole damn thing just like they threatened to. And it started for us, Mav, late Monday night, rolling into Tuesday morning is when the information started hitting the web, people disseminating these files, coming across unbelievable troves of information. This, to me, Mav, at this point, we could talk about this a little bit in down the road here a little bit, but to me, as it stands, with everything that's come out, this has got to be, for me, the biggest leak in video game history. For the amount of information that was gained out of this, right? So that happened. Now, we fast forward to Tuesday. Obviously, this is breaking news. Obviously, this is huge interest to the gaming community. We learned that employees' information was a part of this, which was obviously doxed by the release. Vital information, passport information, social security information. That also is not what we're going to talk about here. Okay. That is also unacceptable, completely, obviously illegal, and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law if they ever catch these people. That obviously is not part of what I'm talking about here when I say it was of great interest to the gaming community. What was of great interest to the gaming community was an entire Insomniac roadmap laid out through 2031, 2032, something like that. You had footage of Wolverine in development in all different sorts and stages. We got even more information concerning Sony and how they were thinking about Microsoft. And some of the moves Microsoft was making, especially the ABK deal and how that would affect them. We had Sony strategies leaked as well, showing where they're moving or what they were thinking about moving to and some of their services aspects. A whole lot was given in this leak. And again, if you want to call it a hack, it is a hack. I'm calling the releasing of the information a leak. Again, I'm not here to argue over words. Okay, I'm not. It was a hack. A hack got the information. 1,000% is an illegal hack that got the information. When they dropped it, that's when, for me, the information itself is a leak. So we get all this, Mav. A lot of people covering it. Of course, this is now 2023. Social media is in its peak form right now. We've got people making videos instantaneously. So we've got content creators, we got people posting it on X, we got people posting it on all over Reddit, we got people posting it on Reset Era, we got people diving into this across the entire globe. We have journalists coming out and reporting on what is being found. Some to a greater extent, some to a lesser extent. And then a weird thing happened, man. A weird thing happened. A couple of journalists and news sites, gaming news sites, decided to start taking stands. And of course, they had the virtue signal to the rest of the world that they were taking a stand on this one. Now, some of them have been consistent. I'll give them that. GameSpot, I believe, one of them being consistent that they haven't covered the leaks, any of the leaks, including Capcom or Nvidia or the Xbox stuff that they self kind of put out there through the courts. Some have been consistent, but one stood out, Mav. One stood out. And I think I want to talk about this first with you because I know you've had a lot to say about it already. But one stood out. And this, of course, is going to be kind of funny. And this is going to be Greg Miller, who for Tuesday's Kind of Funny show did a whole intro about how they were going to handle this leak. Now, mind you, right, we had a Suicide Squad leak the same day. And we had all those other leaks that I just mentioned and then some. And Kind of Funny, Greg Miller personally had covered those leaks, Matt, and had talked about some of the information in there. Again, nobody that I've seen has been talking about the employee information or displaying employee information or talking about any of that stuff. It's been the gaming news and the business side of things that have been exposed. Greg Miller has talked about this stuff at length. Him and his team have talked about this stuff at length. At times, even laughing about some of the leaks. And all these leaks have one thing in common, Mav, and that is the fact that no matter how you want to look at it, it does have a human cost to it. Whether employee information is leaked or not, the leaking of game footage in development, the leaking of roadmaps that weren't ready to be published yet, that all still costs the developers. So if you want to break this down to its core, absolutely, you can say all of this has a human cost, does impact the developers on a real monetary, emotional, and sometimes physical, because the stress levels. So there's no getting around that. But they decided to make a distinction. Greg Miller and his team decided to make a distinction with this one because it was Insomniac. And I don't care what they want to say. We all know it. Everybody knows it. They know it. Everybody's calling them out on this bullshit, except for their super fans who continue to support them. But it's because it's Insomniac. He even said that during his little speech pre-show that he had prepared, talking about how they weren't going to talk about the information on that day. That, oh, as the years go by, of course, we're going to reference it. It'd be dumb not to because it's out there in the public. But we're not going to talk about that today. We're going to instead talk about the human side of this, the human element, the human cost to it. That's what we're going to focus on today because we just don't feel it's right to talk about all this other stuff today. Funny. Kind of funny. So they got blasted, Mav. The majority of people absolutely blasted. Yes, they have their supporters. They have people who feel they're in the right. We had devs coming out of the woodwork. Again, that side of things, Mav, that's a whole nother conversation we've actually had here before because I talked about this for whatever reason. When bad things happen to this industry, the devs really act like they're the only ones who ever go through anything. That only in game development do people face this kind of stuff. Like they come out of the woodwork with the craziest notions that nobody else besides game developers have stress. Nobody else besides game developers have risk. Nobody else besides game developers have troubles happen to them in their lives because of their jobs. Like, it's really strange, but we're not here to focus on that. We're here to focus on Kind of Funny specifically because they are a big outlet, Map. They have, and again, the accomplishments that have happened, what Greg Miller specifically has built over at Kind of Funny can never be taken away. The man was a normal gamer dude who decided to start reviewing games back in the day and built it up into what I would consider a small empire for somebody of his stature, for somebody where he came from. He's done that. I'm not going to take that away from the guy. He did something really cool with an opportunity. So I'm not going to take that away from him. But they do pride themselves on being journalists at the end of the day. They do interviews. They get inside information. They talk to devs. They talk about the news. They present the news. They're not just simple content creators. They do pride themselves as being a journalistic kind of establishment. They have millions of followers. They do this for a living. So they're professionals. Your job as a professional journalist, and I don't know why I have to constantly remind everybody what professional journalists are doing. It seems like that happened a lot this week as well. Tom Warren brought up some great points. Tom Warren asked some great questions. He also had a questionable post to me too as well. But your job as a journalist, as a professional, is to report the news. What is the news? You don't get to determine what is the news. The news is anything interesting that will be of interest to your audience. You are to present the facts and let your audience decide how to feel about it. You are not to gatekeep news. You are not to arbitrarily decide what you're going to report on or what you're not going to report on. That's not how the news is ever supposed to work. Now, of course, you guys have all heard my journalism rants. 2023 ain't like that no more. Journalism all over, not just the gaming media, has thrown integrity out the window a long time ago, has thrown ideals out the window a long time ago. They no longer even go and try to do any, and again, this is not everyone. I'm not blanket statementing, but I'm going to say a lot of the journalists out here don't even do what they originally were created to do, which was investigate situations. We still haven't seen follow-up questions proposed to Sony, to propose to Insomniac. None of that has happened. So I see Greg Miller over here taking a stand because his friends, and make no mistake, he's got friends at Insomniac, were the ones affected this time. So he decided to take his whole organization and make a decision to not report the news. You are no longer a professional journalist. You no longer should be taken seriously by anybody whenever you try to present yourself in that way. You are a comedy show. And if you want to be a comedy show, that's fine. You are a comedy show. I don't find your shit funny, and I haven't for a long time. You've been a fraud for a long time. You just exposed yourself more. And I'm happy about that. And you guys know this. I'm happy that mainstream journalism is burning itself down and that they continue death by 1,000 cuts as they go about this nonsense and make these choices. This is the most ridiculous example I've seen yet of a news organization who considers himself as such, who has been a part of the community and a part of the gaming industry for a very long time. In fact, they've been such a big part of the gaming community and the gaming industry that they worked themselves into Spider-Man 2. Right? Greg and Blessing got a cameo in Spider-Man 2. But we're supposed to sit here and believe that you guys actually just woke up that morning and said, ooh, no, this one's different. No, it's only different because some of your close friends at Insomniac were affected. And it wasn't one of the other studios that you guys have had zero problem reporting on. And then I saw them try to say, well, but this one had employee information in it.
Nobody's sharing that.
So nobody's sharing it, number one. Number two, the Capcom leak had employee information in it, and you guys still reported on that. And then I saw other people trying to excuse and say, oh, well, they're trying to be better. Trying to be better from hours ago when they reported on the Suicide Squad leak? Really? You think that just miraculously happened? No, it didn't. And again, this also goes to the abuse that happens in this industry where companies, certain companies, will withhold information or withhold access if you badmouth them or if you do something to go against them. And for years and years, Mav, I've been listening to people try to tell me that, oh, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. There's none of that goes. You don't get on a blacklist around here. Bullshit. You could see the fear when they made this decision. They could not talk about this and go against Sony. They could not talk about this and go against one of the favorite developers in the entire world in Insomniac. It sucks. It's shitty that this happened. It's terrible that this happened. But the news is public. Everything is out there. It wasn't kind of funny who got access to all the files and they were hoarding them all, and it wasn't anywhere else in the world. And they said themselves, we're not going to do this. We're not going to talk. We're not going to put this information out in the public. That's not how this went down. It was gone. It was all over the world already. If you decide not to talk about details, Mav, cool. If you decide not to go into spoilers, cool. We're not going to go into spoilers here as far as what we consider spoilers. Cool. I don't have a problem with you saying we're going to avoid certain parts of this as to not spoil some of our community. That's totally fine with me. I have zero issue with that kind of coverage. But the fact to come out and say, we're not going to talk about this at all today. One of the biggest news stories of the year just dropped and broke. Your community has vested interest not only in your programming, but also in this news. And you are just going to choose not to cover it and come up with a bunch of lame ass excuses that are hypocritical and can be proven that are hypocritical from your past, and you are just going to say, yeah, today's the day. Today's the day we take the stand and we change how we do things around here. Again, clowns, you should never be taken seriously again. You should be taken completely as an entertainment company at best. You are nothing of a journalistic institution. You do not have any right to ever claim that. Nobody in this industry should give you access. I don't care how big your audience is. You are frauds. You do not present the news as you should. And that goes for everybody who decided not to do this. You're all frauds. This is not for you to decide. When the journalists start to control information, that already happens. We know this. But when that happens, they are affecting the public opinion. They are affecting the knowledge that is available to people. And that's not their job. In fact, their job is the opposite of that. You have zero right to claim that title ever again. All right, I've gone on my rant, man. I didn't get to talk about this yet. I've had a lot built up. You guys talked about it on FSP, obviously. Or no, you didn't talk about it on FSP because
we talked
after.
Yeah, we talked about it on Fun Pop. Yeah,
Fun Pop. You had your Fun Pop, correct? Now that you sat back, Mav, and specifically hear about the journalistic side of this and how this went down, and specifically, obviously, kind of funny, Greg Miller and his crew. I know that you in the past have told me that you like Greg Miller, that obviously you followed his career, that you really have some respect for him and all that kind of stuff. Whereas me, I long ago said, I'm done with this idiot. But for you, it might be a little bit different here. So I want to hear your thoughts. Now that you sat back and kind of looked at the whole landscape and kind of what's happened and how it's filtering out, and they are taking a bashing. I mean, again, they did a short segment yesterday where they addressed it again and posted it. How are you feeling about this right now, Mav? About the coverage, non-coverage, and about some of the hills we're going to die on here that some of these journalistic sites have taken to not talk about, again, not the employee information. Nobody's freaking doing that. Everybody knows that's awful and freaking terrible. It's the worst. But the actual game news here, how do you feel about it at this point, Mav?
Yeah, so for a long time, I did like Greg. I listened to a lot of the IGN podcasts back in the day before we started our channel, right? I listened to a Podcast Unlocked with Ryan McCaffrey a lot. I listened to Podcast Beyond, which back in the day had, Greg Miller and Colin Moriarty, then they left and they formed Kind of Funny, and I kind of followed a little bit, but, I wasn't as into the shows that they had started there. But over time, I started kind of listening a little bit more again. And, it's something I would kind of tune into every once in a while. But I had always kind of respected the fact that he was kind of like this fan that kind of became like, a big podcaster. And he kind of like let his personality shine through and what he thought a lot of times. You know what I mean? Like kind of shine through regardless and stuff. So I had some respect and stuff for what he had done and built and all that kind of stuff, right? But it's gone. I've lost it. I've lost all respect. I've lost any kind of amount of respect I had. The fact that you're like this was kind of like the last straw. There's been some instances and stuff where it's kind of like, oh, come on, man, but like this one in particular, what just rubbed me the wrong way, like so much that I honestly have lost all respect for anything that entire institution ever covers or talks about again. And yeah, maybe it's not all their fault or whatever. I don't know. But when you come up there and you're trying to create this like message, right? Granted, yes, they are going to talk about stuff, right?
Yeah, of course.
But that's also part of the problem. You are going to stand up there and try and act like you're trying to take some kind of a fucking stand. But meanwhile, you still do it anyway? What the fuck are you even trying to say then? Why did that even exist? What is the point of your statement trying to be like, oh, we're going to talk about the human effect of this, but then we're going to go fuck over all the humans anyway by talking about the news that was leaked? So either you actually are trying to take a stand or you're just full of shit trying to save face for your developer buddies who you want them to see that video so they know that you are with them. You're not supposed to be with them. You were supposed to be for your audience, who is the fucking gamers. You do not work for the fucking developers. You work for your audience. You produce content for your audience. You produce content that is supposed to be gaming news relevant for the shit that people want to hear. And when the biggest fucking PlayStation Insomniac leak has ever fucking happened, and especially a channel that has been heavy PlayStation the entire existence, when he personally comes from a PlayStation podcast and is a known PlayStation fanboy, which is fine. I don't give a shit who he prefers. But then you're going to choose to take a stand and be like, no, we can't do this anymore, but we will tomorrow. That's fucking horse shit, man. That is like absolute garbage horse shit. And you're trying to make yourself seem above everybody else who is out there sharing stuff, talking about the cool news that everybody got to see, looking at, oh my God, PlayStation's like financial stuff. You know, you got the budgets for games, you got the success of these games, you got the roadmap for Insomniac, and you got these Disney deal, you got all this stuff, which is like, holy shit for me and several other people out there, and people are talking about it. They're like, no, there's personal information involved, so we can't do this. It's Insomniac, everybody. Look, it's Insomniac. It's PlayStation. We can't talk. We can't do this. Bull fucking shit. None of these people out here talking about these leaks are going around saying, hey, did you know where this developer lives? Hey, did you know this? Like, who fucking cares? Like, nobody cares about that shit. Nobody cares. Nobody's making content or writing articles about people's public information other than saying, like, hey, that was part of it. Or, like, this was stolen. Not saying what it was. People are talking about the fact that there's a fucking X-Men game. Like, holy shit. You can't acknowledge that the day after it happened? Like, why? Why not? Who are you? Do you cover games or do you not? Because you did every other damn time this happened. With like every single time this happened this year, it was the biggest gaming leak of all time. GTA 6 was the biggest gaming leak of all time. It's like, whoa. Like, we've never seen that happen before. The Xbox shit leaked, right? Oh, that we've never seen that happen before, but then they were going to, oh, but that was self-inflicted. Well, but I thought you cared about the developers, right? I thought the reason you were not wanting to talk about this stuff and the reason you're trying to take a stand is because of the impact on the developers. If the impact of the developers is who you really care about, it doesn't matter how it fucking happened because the effect of the developers is going to be the same.
Correct.
So why would you bring that up or have that as an excuse on why you potentially cover one thing over another? Then we had this leak, which was massive. It was insane. I do agree with you. I think this is actually bigger.
Yep.
I mean, to actually have the financial like information about like all those first party games, contracts. I mean, all this stuff, man. Like, it's insane. Like, Insomniac had so much stuff on PlayStation there. Like, it is nuts. And to see the actual agreement they had with Disney and all this kind of stuff. Like, yeah, it's a big fucking leak. And you're going to sit there and act all high and mighty that you're too good for this. You can't do it. And then tomorrow you will. That is just the most ridiculous thing. And, you know, and it's not just him. It's like these other people out there. Like, I even saw like Naomi Kyle make a tweet. It's like, stop talking about the leaks. Like, what? Who are?
And then
come on.
Somebody went and found one of her X posts about one of the other leaks and said, "Oh my God, look at this leak."
Yeah, and then Open Critic made a similar post, like going against like another person who worked for The Verge, who was saying like, yeah, it's okay for us to talk about this stuff because it's news. We don't serve them, we serve our audience, right? And then Open Critic is like, no, you have a moral obligation due to the, you know, blah, 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 not to do that. And then, you know, then you saw Gene Park weigh in. He's like, no, we should be talking about this, you know. Tom Warren is like, yeah, we should be talking about this. The only thing Tom Warren did other than that was kind of say like, well, you know, it's interesting that these conversations have started happening now, but there's not
a change of heart. And I'm like, better not be. Better not be.
I don't think it's interesting. I do agree that it's interesting that this conversation has come up now, but it's not a conversation that needs to be had. Like, honestly, like if any other industry, right? We got the whole MCU roadmap for movies for the next saga in the next like 20 years or some shit like that. You think it'd be like, oh, you know what? We really feel bad for Disney. You know, I don't know if we should really leak this kind of information and talk about it because
look at the Wolverine and Deadpool freaking shots, right? People are taking photographs on the set. Like, come on, man.
It's just like it's a fucking entertainment company, guys. Like we're talking about the like devs jobs and all that kind of stuff. Like, come on, they got a lot of shit to make, obviously, in the next several years. If they have any kind of layoffs or anything like that, it's not because of this leak. It's because of the other stuff that was in the leak that we found out about, and the other information. So like, there's so much to this that I think is overblown from some of these that are trying to act as like protectors of the industry and developers and stuff like that. And I'm not saying I support hackers. I don't support any of that shit. I've been record numerous times. I don't like that stuff. I don't like when it happens because, you know, I do like being surprised when these announcements happen. I think it puts undue pressure sometimes and all that kind of stuff. And I agree. There's an element to that it's fucked up, right? But when it's out there, it happened, right? If you didn't want it out there, they should have had better fucking security in the first place and not allowed it to happen.
Nobody's asking that question either.
You know what? Yeah, that's the question they should be asking. Like, how come you guys keep getting fucking hacked? Like, how has this happened? Like, how does it routinely, repeatedly keep happening at PlayStation? That's the question they should be asking because guess what? As consumers, that's the concern that we should have.
Yeah,
that's the concern that we should have. Exactly, because it happened before in a big way. It caused problems for people.
Yep.
So when you see this happen at PlayStation got hacked, and again, this wasn't even the first fucking time this year that supposedly they got hacked.
Correct.
There was another time this year that they had been hacked, and like
corporate got hacked.
Right. So like, where's all the talk about that? Come on, PlayStation, get your shit together, bro. Like, you have consumers' personal information in there. You got your developers' personal information fucked. That's on you. That's on you, right? Like, yeah, the hackers are wrong for doing it, but hackers exist. These people exist. If you haven't learned anything, the guy fucking hacked Rockstar from a hotel room with a fucking fire stick and a mobile phone while he was being watched by the police. This is going to continue to happen unless you get your shit together. Get your shit together, guys. This is not on the people talking about the information, talking about the cool information that we've all learned. This is not on any of us. It's not on any of the fans that are finding out about this stuff. It's on PlayStation. It's on the hacker, right? And at the end of the day, it's out. The information's out there. Everybody in the world is seeing it. And we cannot fucking pretend like it doesn't exist. Not even for one day.
No. That genie was long out the bottle.
100%. It's gone. Genie, like, you can't even rub that lamp hard enough to put that genie back in the bottle. It's gone.
Pause. Yeah. You're right. You're right, man. You are absolutely correct. Again, the way the information was disseminated, the way it was thrown out there, how fast it was all getting out there, there was no way to avoid it. By the time Kind of Funny went, a vast majority of the juicy stuff, now we got some more juicy stuff too.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of it was already out there. It wasn't like at 2:00 in the morning, Kind of Funny was going live saying, hey, we're not going to talk about this right now because we don't know in totality what this looks like or any of that kind of, it wasn't like that. They had a whole day to sit on it almost. And they knew what people were seeing. They knew how much was out there and they still made this call. That is utter bullshit. Again, from a journalistic standpoint, that is utter bullshit. Journalism is not about morality. Again, embedded journalists who go to war with troops, right? They are there to report about what's happening. Now, we certainly know that the government has controlled that for propaganda reasons in the past, but that's the government stepping in and overstepping its bounds as well, as we well know. But journalists don't go out there and say, oh, nobody died today because I don't want to report on it. Nobody died today. Everything was great here. Not a shot was fired. No, That's not what they do. They report or supposed to report the good and the bad that happen. This so happens, for a lot of people, is bad, but it is still of interest to your community. It is interest to your listeners, your readers. Obviously, it is a leak of massive proportions that has tons of information that on topics that Kind of Funny, along with everybody else, including ourselves here, have talked about time and time again. And to simply sit there and say, today is the day, we're just going to ignore that. No. That's not your job. That's not your job at all. That's not why you should have ever created what you created in the first place and positioned yourself in the position that you self-made, Greg. You self-made. And again, I give you credit for what you self-made along with your team. But you put yourself into that power position. It is your job to continue to do what's best for your community. And withholding information, withholding news, withholding discussion, even of, again, how you want to discuss it is fine with me. But to simply not acknowledge it for an entire day or more, no, that's not how you are supposed to run your company. So again, Mav, you hit it spot on. It was a great Mav rant. And I think we needed to get that out. And again, people need to continue to speak out about this. They need to continue to hammer home. They will have their defenders. They already do have their defenders. But honestly, nobody should feel this way about any journalistic entity in any industry or any part of the world should ever be like, oh no, maybe they do. Maybe, yeah, this is the right thing to. No, it's not. It's not in any way, shape, or form. Even when we're just talking about something as we do about video games, an entertainment form, it doesn't matter what it is. It should be talked about if it's news. All right. Great rant.
We got to get caught up on these super chats, bro.
We got super chats?
Yeah,
all right, let's
we
go.
do. Also, William Riggs, also, welcome to the Speculators. We got.
Did he buy a single ticket?
He's like, hey, I want to get on this fucking train, Pong.
Wink, wink. You just got the special. We just opened up a new car just for you. So you got the single car seat back there. You're ready to rock and roll. We are at Mach 5.8 now, folks. We are rocking and rolling. Let's go. The fun speculation hype train can't be stopped. Choo choo, motherfucker. Choo choo. Welcome aboard. Let's go.
I'm just picturing him now in a car seat because you said car. You said car seat. What?
I should have said seat in the car.
In a car, alone by himself in a fucking car seat. Well, it's fun speculation.
Strap in at Mach 5.8. You got to be strapped in. That's safety measures.
True, right? That's 100% true. Bold Alpha Wolfpack with the $5 super chat says these PlayStation-centric platforms don't want to report on Sony's admitted fears of Xbox business models. It's not about what's ethical or not. Yeah, and you know, there's been so much exposing of this biased media all year this year, like more than any other in I think history with gaming, and it's become more evident this year. And even when people make videos claiming it doesn't exist, then they end up on a stage or talking to people, then they have it happen to them in their face. It's been absolute blatant this year, and maybe this was one of the most blatant examples in this instance when it's something this massive of news, and then you go into protection mode instead of coverage mode, right?
Correct.
Jay Rembert with the 5.
Jay, what's going on, brother?
Says, did y'all hear you can play this Wolverine game on Xbox? These leaks are crazy, and no major word from the games media. Shaking my head. Yep. Yeah, supposedly they got like that PC build that's out there of Wolverine, the early build or whatever it is, you know.
Yep.
Supposedly that there's like people out there that have found a way to put their Xboxes in dev kit mode or whatever, and like they were able to get that game running on an Xbox, which is fucking crazy, dude.
Mav, they're already modding the game.
I would imagine
like,
so.
There's a Scarlet Witch mod already for this build of Wolverine.
Wow. That is insane. That is insane. Like I'm
Yeah.
excited to see what Insomniac actually finishes up in the next 3
Mhm.
years, right? Because
Yeah.
2026 is a long way away. So, it's still
Yep.
got a lot of work to do. But like, man, it's crazy that it's out in the wild, and who knows what's going to happen with all that now. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Bold Alpha Wolfpack with a $10 super chat.
Shout out to you, Bold.
Thank you, Bold. Says, Mav, you think the exclusive agreement to do X-Men could fall through? There was a clause Marvel can walk away at any point. You think Marvel's concerned about the hack? That's an interesting thought. I think that they see these games from Sony as huge profit successes for them, especially seeing how much money they make off the fucking bundles. Like seeing how much they make, like Disney is making off of the fucking bundles from PlayStation. Like, yeah, I think they're gonna be safe with that, and they only need to meet the 6 million threshold on each of the releases for that specific X-Men agreement, and I don't think there's any way in hell they're not gonna meet that. Like comparing the sales numbers of other, big titles like Spider-Man and stuff, and well, we'll see what happens, but I would assume as well that Marvel and Disney probably would have been notified as soon as that information came out that there was a hack and that Insomniac was a target, and all of that came down. Like I would imagine that with the decision not to pay and all those kind of things, right? Like I don't know. Like if I knew that it was Insomniac, right? If I worked for Sony or Insomniac and I knew that, okay, our pretty much roadmap is involving Disney and Marvel, and the roadmap is part of all the information that was obtained, I would probably go to them and say, hey, look, this is a situation, and see what they have to say. So who knows exactly, but I think they'll probably stick with it. Insomniac came out with a well, actually, that was fake. Never mind. That was fun. That was a joke. I remember I was reading that one in the thread. It started out real, and then it got like faker and faker. And in my mind, that first paragraph was still real, and I was like gonna repeat it, but yeah, that was a fake joke. But yeah, there was I think there's enough reason to think that everything is gonna be fine with those games. The only thing that is that they have more pressure on them, I believe, because people know what they are. But it'll be a long time before we see anything besides Wolverine. I would imagine we'd probably see some more Wolverine next year with the announcement of the PS5 Pro, if that's a thing. Was there any mention of that in the leaks?
No, there was not any mention of that. Some people try to call that out, but
yeah, I don't know if it matters or not, but it's interesting.
They just said PS5 in general, right? That's all. Everything was PS5, right? So they cover their butts by doing that. I don't know what obviously we don't have any clue, because obviously they had such a mix. I want to know how many servers the hacker actually got into, or how many, if he just grabbed all of this information off one server or one file program within the server. This is nuts, because they had such a mix of things in here, Mav, that some people tried to claim were fake. And we found out that nope, wasn't fake. It's true, because they had that Sony information mixed in with their game information, mixed in with their employee information. Like, I want to know what this all entailed, which we'll never find out. But yeah, no, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm surprised we haven't had a statement yet, or an official statement yet, though. Yeah, I know it's the holiday, but really, nothing official.
Is interesting. Maybe they're just trying to really weigh how they respond. I've seen people like from the industry like saying like, "Hey, please don't share this information," all this kind of stuff. Like, developers are always going to obviously have that,
of course,
mentality and stuff, right? Like, but yeah, it's out there, so not really much they can do.
No. There's no controlling this.
Yeah. I am wondering if this will have more effects overall than some of the other leaks, based on the fact that that build is out there, right?
Yes.
Like that. Yes. That's pretty interesting. Like alone, just the fact that build exists, that's running around, right?
That could, because people talked about this with the Grand Theft. We can start here anyways. It doesn't matter. We'll just start here because there's so much. I mean, again, I'm just going through the DMs trying to pull stuff so I don't forget things, and I'm like, holy shit, man. Like, that's why I say this is probably the biggest leak in video game history. There's just so much here. But as far as that goes, Mav, I think it's an interesting conversation to have, because we heard this with the Grand Theft Auto leak, right? And that actually included source code, right? They had the source code for Grand Theft Auto 6, and some people were saying that, look, for security purposes, they may have to go back, rewrite code so that people can't hack easily when GTA 6 drops. There could be weaknesses found in that code. And then other people were saying they might have to change things depending on what you could glean from that information. Now, what we found with the GTA 6, the alpha leak, or pre-alpha leak, I should say, was there wasn't a whole lot to glean. Yes, we saw the main characters for the first time, right? But it was so base level stuff, and it wasn't like there. I know some people had put together some story beat moments that were in there, but they weren't anything major. Most of them, I believe, were actually side quests that people found that were kind of complete playable in there. This is different, Mav. Now, I don't know if you've seen more concrete posts or reporting about this. I've seen that this is about a 5 to 6 hour slice of the game. And there's other people saying, no, the full game is playable from start to finish in this mode. And again, it's not the same throughout. There's different parts of the game are in different places, but that the full game is playable on the PC if you download that file. But if that's the case, Mav, if that's all out there, we've got people now modding already. We've got people putting more and more together, 2 and 2 together. We got people playing this on Xbox now. This could be a case for Insomniac to go back and delay this game further and rewrite parts of it and change parts of it so that this leak, again, my personal opinion is, I don't care how much is leaked out there. None of this leaked game. I don't care if somebody goes and watches somebody play through this full, whatever it is, whether it's the full game or whether it's a third of the game. This isn't going to stop a single person from buying Wolverine. They're not going to lose money because this so happens to be out there. This is my personal opinion. Could they lose potentially 1,000 people, 10,000 people? Maybe. Okay. Maybe there's some people that looked at Wolverine and said, ooh, that's not what I was looking for in my Wolverine game.
They could also gain sales because
they could gain, right?
Because the amount of talk is going to be about this for years now, right?
Right. And this game was going to be showing off at some point, Mav. This game was going to be showing off at some point. So that whatever effect I believe is neutralized. Again, this doesn't cost them anything. And I don't think anybody, even that went out and read the script one way or the other, is not going to go buy Wolverine. Like, you're going to buy Wolverine to play as Wolverine. That's what this is about, right? You're going to go play this game to slice and dice some people as much as you can in this game, right? And we'll talk about that here too. But I don't think this affects that anyway. But I do see, Mav, that because of how much is now out there, that they do go back and write parts of the script. Some of the set pieces could be changed. And I think it could delay the game. I'm not saying like a 3-year delay while they go redo everything. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, 6 months to a year delay to go change some of it while they're working on it. Yeah, I think that could happen here, Mav. I think
it'd be interesting to find out. I don't know if we'll ever know, right?
No,
like,
well, you'll be able to compare, but they can just say, well, that was our old version. You guys didn't see our new version we already had up and running, right? They'll just say, oh yeah,
exactly. Like, could have been like a test build that they built out for like kind of the scope of work. Who knows exactly? I mean, knowing that the game wasn't supposed to be out for 3 years, and kind of how a lot of these devs say these cycles work. Like the biggest part of the development usually happens in like the last like year and a half or so, or 2 years or whatever. Like I feel like the majority of this game is like nowhere near done. So
no.
I don't really know what it is. If it's an example of what the game's going to be, like it could have been more of a test build, presentation thing, or what I don't know. Like who knows? But I think that it's interesting that the footage is out there. It's interesting that they're probably going to hear and see a lot of feedback on it as well. Maybe that could influence some of their decisions going forward as well. there's interesting things to take away from the information that was
Mhm.
learned about it. Not going into story or anything like that,
No,
but
no.
where they see the game and what their goal was, or at least originally, for where they wanted to sit with the gore and the violence and all that kind of stuff. They said they wanted it to be targeted for right, for mature, but
Yep.
meet somewhere between God of War and Last of Us, as far as where they would be going for that level, but not glorifying violence, but keeping it realistic somehow. So that's up for interpretation on what that means. I don't know exactly. You know, Last of Us, less violent than The Last of Us for Wolverine. I don't know. Does that make sense or does it not? That's up for personal debate and stuff, I guess. But for me, I want to be tearing bodies in half constantly as Wolverine, right? But it's just a personal wish. But even the biggest things, not even just for me regarding Wolverine. Biggest things are the fact that the other games that we found out about, and that's the most, like I always talk about, like my most exciting things is when we get new game announcements, right? And with this, we got like 4 new game announcements. 5? Was it 5? Yeah, 5.
Potentially
No,
5.
4,
Yeah.
4, 4. Okay, because we already knew about Wolverine, so we'd have Venom, Spider-Man 3,
Yep.
then the X-Men game, and then the second X-Men game that we don't know about.
Correct.
So that's 4. Yeah, 4.
That's 4, and then we got the new IP too.
Yeah, and a new IP, and also a Ratchet and Clank, which
Correct.
might see budget constraints now as well.
Right. Yeah, so
A lot
we
of
do got the
information out
roadmap.
there, man. It's insane.
It is insane, right? Because we do have the roadmap, and that, to your point, Mav, that was one of the biggest things because, again, we knew that they were going to do some type of DLC or expansion or whatever you want to call it with Spider-Man. Obviously, we knew how they worked this, and obviously most people guessed it was going to be Venom. Made sense. Again, I've seen enough people talk about it, and know kind of what you could do in Spider-Man 2, that would make sense that it's Venom. So that's cool. Again, for Spider-Man fans, that's great. It's going to be kind of a standalone. What'd they say? 8 to 10 hours, Mav? Something like that?
Yeah.
8 to
I
10
think
hour
that one's
DLC.
shorter, yeah.
Shorter expansion, whatever else. Cool. We got Venom, right? We eventually knew there was going to be a Spider-Man 3. I mean, obviously we knew that, right? So the projection, I believe, for Spider-Man 3 is 2027, right? So that kind of shocked people that they were going to have to wait that long, right? And we also, with Wolverine, Mav, on their roadmap, found out that it was going to be 2025, 2026, right, Mav?
Wolverine, it was 2026. Yeah.
2026. Okay. So,
and then Spider-Man 3 would be 2028, and
was it
X-Men.
2028? Why do I have one that shows 2027?
It might have been Spider-Man 3 2027. I thought Spider-Man 3 was 2028. I could be wrong.
There's been a couple things. There's been a couple roadmaps. I got one set in here, but those seem like a year off for some reason.
X-Men was 2030.
Yeah, X-Men was 2030, and then they have a new IP in there, right? By 2035 as well. Correct.
Right. But they're existing. The deal that they have with Marvel actually exists up until 2035. So after the 2030 X-Men game, there's supposed to be one more after that. We just don't know what year it's slated for. We don't know what year.
Yeah. Yep. So finding out, obviously, that X-Men, because we've talked about this, right, chat? You guys have been around Fun Speculation Network for long enough. Most of you have been to have heard us have conversations. And we said that if Xbox is going to do a licensed IP, if they were going to go get a Marvel IP, obviously Blade was up there. We had, we had Spawn as not a Marvel IP, obviously, but we had Spawn up there. We had, Punisher. We talked about all these Daredevil. We talked about all these different types of IP that go get. But one that we all, talked about as well was X-Men, because it writes itself. And we knew that the mutants are coming to the Marvel movies, right? We knew that that was eventually going to happen. They've been leading up to it for a very long time now. Obviously, you all know, again, I don't care about superheroes like I did back in the day, but my favorite group back in the day, my comic book collecting was revolved around X-Men, right? Uncanny X-Men to be specific. So I have a connection to Wolverine. I have a connection to the X-Men. So to find out that Insomniac is the one to have X-Men, right? I don't want to say it was disappointing because it's not. It's cool that we're going to get an X-Men game at some point, multiple X-Men games potentially.
Mhm.
But obviously, for my ecosystems that I choose to play on PC and Xbox, I now have to hope that by that point, they are putting their games into PC day one. Now, some of the other leaked documents seem to suggest they are moving that way. And obviously, Wolverine being playable on PC seems like they're kind of prepping for their games to come earlier to PC, especially the Marvel licenses, where they make a ton of money, but Marvel takes a lot of money as well. So I think that they're going to try to do as much as they can with those IPs. So it was fantastic at the end of the day to know that X-Men game was being made, that license was out there. And that was probably the biggest surprise for me, right, man? That X-Men outside of, I'm sure most people know in the chat, but I'll leave it out. I wish I could talk about it. If you guys are keeping yourselves away from a lot of the spoilery stuff, I won't spoil it. But there's a certain character that's going to be in Wolverine. If you all know me, I'm freaking pumped. Like, Wolverine's almost a must buy for me at this point. So, but yeah, that roadmap, Mav, knowing that they were working on this stuff and the fact that they also are working on some new IP as well. Everybody said, oh, look, Insomniac's turning into the Marvel factory. Well, that's kind of true, Mav, right? They found their genre that they're very good at.
Yeah.
We have now seen the numbers, and it's easy to understand why Insomniac, as a business, again, it's a business inside of a business, right, is going to continue to pump out that content because they are extremely valuable to PlayStation. And that creates job security. That creates, they have a roadmap through 2035. How many devs can say that they have a roadmap of games laid out through 2035 with budgets over $300 million approved? And all those devs, if you're doing good work at Insomniac and you want to stay at Insomniac with the amount of games that they are currently going to have and be making, you're not going to lose your job. You got job security like very few people in this industry under Insomniac. So it makes sense why they're leaning into the Marvel IP. But the fact that they're also, they in this leak, we also got Mav. They pitched 9 different new IP to PlayStation, right? To the higher ups. Pearl, these are code names. Pearl, Pakal, The Quarter, Kindred, Penumbra, Subject Zero, Generator, Invader, and Prism. These are all code names for the games that were pitched. Now, what's happened is that 3 made the cut. Yeah. And by the end of the year, by the end of the calendar year, this year, they were supposed to pitch those 3 final games. And we got descriptors of a lot of these games, Mab, right? So Invader, Kindred, Pakal, Penumbra, and Prism are turned down as potential IPs. Generator, Pearl, Subject Zero, and The Quarter remain as current contenders. And then they got to get it down to 3 refined pitches to be shared by the end of the year. Invader was a monster control squad, fight large enemies concept, right? That was one of the ones that was pushed out.
Lost Planet almost or something.
Kind of in a way, right? Yep, kind of in a way. Kindred is a nature tech world setting, lots of missing story details, slotted abilities, and spline magic, whatever the hell that was that they came up with. That one was also turned down.
It's spline magic.
It's spline
it's a
magic.
new thing.
Pakal was a setting and powers based on alchemy and shamanism, Mesoamerican identity. That sounds pretty cool, but that one was also turned down. Penumbra was a weird Americana, too similar to Alan Wake, small town setting and slow adventure gameplay. I hate to hear that was in, and this was in the leaks, folks, so this isn't anybody else's language. Too similar to Alan Wake. What the fuck? What are we talking? We're talking about video games in 2023 where basically every idea is in some other form in another game somewhere, like influences that. Why would you not want to make like an Alan Wake like game? Like, again, sure, commercially successful.
Wake likes.
Yeah, Wake likes, right. But that one bothered me. I was like, really? Yeah, Prism, powers and gadgets and abilities based on light, use of reflection, portals, and light-based mechanics. Sounds cool too. All of those didn't make it. And we don't have descriptors for the one that they're making final pitches on. But those were the ones that didn't make it. But my point being here, Mav, it was great on top of all the talk that we had about, oh, they're just a Marvel factory now. Well, while that's true, it is obvious that PlayStation is still encouraging, or Insomniac is encouraging their developers to come up with new ideas for new IP and continue to do something else as well. So with all of that pressure on them with the Marvel IP, they do have some flexibility in that studio to go work on something else on this other teams or teams that are working on this other IP. So that was good for me to see as well, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was cool.
Yeah, I don't think their new IP will be out anytime until after 2030 sometime, because they even add a chart with like the amount of employees, basically, like not with exact numbers, but basically like a visual perception of the amount of people that would be working on specific projects at different times and stuff, and they kind of had that going. And they're basically going to have a small team on the new IP and a small team on the new Ratchet and Clank up until after this 2030 timeline, right? So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with, right? But don't expect to see any of that stuff anytime soon. And sometimes even projects after they get started still get canceled. So there's a possibility one of those new IPs may never come to fruition. Maybe they end up doing another deal with Marvel and completely change focus, right? If all of this is super successful, So we're talking about things that are going to be happening like 7, 8, 9, 10 years in the future, and that's a long time in the video game world, in the business world as well, right?
Can happen.
A lot can happen, yeah. So a lot that we have learned may never come to be, right?
Correct. This could have changed by now too. They could have altered things. They could have changed things. That happens too.
But I do think that it's pretty safe to say that the plan with this Disney deal, right, is going to be the face of Insomniac for a long time.
Correct. Absolutely 1000%, right?
Yeah.
The other thing that came out, Mav, from Insomniac's leaked documents was the rumored Spider-Man MMO.
Oh, before we get into this, Pong, I want to get to a couple super chats real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I know we're probably going to talk a lot about this one.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Cypher Type 1 hit us with a super ultra generous $20 super chat. Cypher
20 new coming in, everybody. We're at 5.9 on the hype meter now. Let's go, everybody. 20 bomb. Choo-choo, motherfucker.
Super appreciate that, Cypher. Says, there's a secondary effect of Kind of Funny's stance. Xcast is under their umbrella. I doubt they are allowed to speak on this too. This is why I've moved from Xbox podcast branch from PS leaning companies like Unlocked. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's like a lot of that out there, and you kind of start to see. It was funny. 3-Bit was talking to us like behind the scenes the other day, Pong, after
Oh, you giving us inside baseball?
I think it was under Fun Pop. No, but he was saying it, because like his fiance, like she wasn't a big gamer, right? But she's like,
right.
Obviously, now a little bit more in touch, with what's going on in the gaming space and gaming news and stuff because of 3-Bit, right? But like he was like saying she actually noticed the Xbox tax herself the other day, which was hilarious, right? But it's become so blatantly obvious, right? And that's my point with this. And these companies, like you're talking about, Pong, is like this erosion, of their credibility is just like disintegrating. And you see that, and we're biased. I'm preferential, because I have my own preferences. But I also speak what I think, and that's just what it is. And I'm always going to be open and honest about that. In the same way with Pong here. And when you go and you're like, try to become this, oh, we are not that, right? And claim you're not that, to try and act like you're serving the audience with non-preferential, non-biased treatment towards things, but then you're still doing it and you're coming across with it and it's blatantly obvious all the time. You're basically spreading misinformation and falsifying things out there for the sake of your own preferences. which comes across and can affect things. It can affect companies, can affect the perception that the casuals or the gamers have on the gaming space, and what's popular, what's not cool, what's not liked, and all these kind of things, right? And a lot of it comes from games media and kind of spreads around. And when games media's perception, and especially people that specifically prefer certain things, becomes the perceived reality that we all live in, that's a problem. It becomes a problem. It becomes a problem for me when you see the effect that it has on people, and the stuff that spreads around all the time. And it's like, I really don't like that stuff, right? And if you want to have a journalistic company, have a journalistic company, right? You want to have an opinion-based fun thing, just have an opinion-based fun thing, but don't claim to be both, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
you're not doing anybody a service as the latter, right? Like you're at all. And
No.
in fact, you're doing a disservice to the business and the hobby that you claim to love so much. Dead Planet with a $5 super chat says, it seems like Sony is poised for a down year in 2024. How do you guys see the gaming world reacting to a year where Xbox's releases overwhelm PlayStation's? Well, that was 2023. So 2023, Xbox had how many first-party games released? Like 11, 12, something like that. Especially if you count Modern Warfare 3 in there, which released under the Xbox umbrella at the last minute. I don't know if you want to count that one or not, but
Technically it is.
yeah, it's here, whatever. Like at the end of the day, you had only a handful of PlayStation releases and only one really big game. So 2023 was already an example of that. 2024, PlayStation has more that are kind of deals that they did, money-hatted type published deals that they're doing. But is that enough to excite everybody? And when Xbox has true big first-party games coming out every quarter, I don't know, but we'll see what the result is, because 2023 didn't make an impact for some people's perception. That's for damn sure. I still see people having some of these same talking points. But I think year after year, this is going to become more and more obvious, and the conversations that people have been having for a long time are going to melt away, because they're going to seem like idiots when they say Xbox has no games and all that kind of crap that they've been saying.
I think that narrative will die off as far as Xbox goes. All right. What we've seen, though, and I think we have to trust what we've already seen and heard from the community, but also the journalists and the mainstream, right? We have to trust it. That's not going to change overnight. And let's be real, everybody out here as gamers or as journalists have short-term memories. PlayStation next year will be praised for Final Fantasy VII Part 2, right? Rebirth. They're going to be praised for that, just like they were given absolute credit for Final Fantasy 16 this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have a couple other games in there. But then if, as we've talked about and predicted, that 2024 is the year that PlayStation will announce the Pro and have a Hopes and Dreams showcase, finally showing off a lot of the other studios' work. Now, we got a glimpse at Insomniac, right? But they're going to show off other people, what other studios are doing. They're going to sell Hopes and Dreams again, just like they did during the PlayStation 4 era. They will get nonstop write-ups. They will get nonstop praise. They will say, oh, just wait, look what we got coming. PlayStation 5 Pro is going to be amazing. We're going to be playing all of our games even better than we were playing them before. And we got all this great stuff coming down the road. Just wait. It's going to turn into the Xbox talk, right? Of just wait. But when it comes to PlayStation, it's not presented as that, right? It's going to be presented, oh, we got plenty to play. Just like a lot of us were saying about Xbox, right? Even when we were criticizing them for 2022 and the horrible year they had first party wise, we still all sat on these shows and said, yeah, it sucks. They got to do better. They got plenty of studios. This is not, you can't have a year like this. It's unacceptable. But I got plenty to play still. That's the narrative that's going to run. right? So PlayStation can, because of their popularity, nobody looks outside of this community. Nobody that's, again, anybody outside of this community is probably not as passionate as we are about the video game industry. They don't pay attention to numbers. They don't see everything that's going on. They just know all their friends own PlayStation 5s. That's what you own. That's what you play on for your CODs, your Maddens, all that kind of stuff. Nothing else matters. They're not going to see any of that. They're just going to see the flowers given to them by the mainstream media, by all the articles written about, oh my God, look at PlayStation 5 Pro. Oh my God, they just gave us this showcase. Look at all these games coming. They got all these Marvel games coming. They got all this other stuff coming from all these big studios. Just wait, just wait. And they're going to be satisfied because they're not going to care. So that's what popularity gets you. Now, within this community, the narrative is already dying. I don't see it used hardly anymore at all besides the complete clowns saying Xbox doesn't have any games. They've moved the goalposts yet again. Now it's quality. Now it's, oh, that's not a game I want to play anyways. It's mid. It's Starfield sucks. You guys lost. It's all that nonsense. But that narrative will go away. And Xbox will, by sheer amount of content, dominate because they will be forced to report on it. They will be forced to talk about it. And if Hellblade 2 comes out and sets the new bar, sets the new standard for visuals, they're going to have to acknowledge that. There's going to be no denying it for anybody, except for the clown show, right? The circus. Yeah. But everybody else is going to be talking about it. So they're just going to dominate through sheer amount of content and sheer will. Xbox will be in the conversations no matter what. PlayStation's just going to be forgiven like they always are. It's just the way it is, man.
Yeah,
it is. So they'll be given more credit for third-party titles than Xbox has ever given credit for. And everybody will just say, don't worry, look at all the shit they got coming. They finally gave us a showcase. If that happens. Again, we don't know for sure. This is a guess. But if that does happen, that's how it'll probably play out.
Yeah, I agree. Couple more super chats. Spartan 661 with the $5 says, I'd love to see another new Marvel Ultimate Alliance for the Xbox Series generation. 1,000%.
Funny,
please.
Mav, that was mentioned in the documents. Did you see that?
Yeah.
There was a clause in the contract, and I know they just used it as an example, but what a weird example to pull out, right?
Mm-hmm.
They use it as an example in the terms of the contract. For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, the Marvel contract with Sony. They used the terminology because Disney can't promote any of the X-Men characters or Wolverine in any other games exclusively. Okay, they can't do special promotions in other games with any of the characters that are part of X-Men or Wolverine or Spider-Man or whatever else. And they put specifically in that language, as an example, Wolverine exclusive to Ultimate Alliance on Xbox.
Right.
That was weird, man.
Mm-hmm.
That was weird. I was like, why out of all the games did you come up with Marvel's Ultimate Alliance? I mean, it's a good example, but I'm just like, after all these years, like you couldn't think of anything else. But anyways, I would love to see it as well. I love Ultimate Alliance.
Clauses from that too was the thing that there can be other games that include X-Men characters, but they have to be part of a group that's not the X-Men, right? And they can't have a solo character-based game that's the X-Men, right, character either.
Right.
So it has to be like if they had another group game where you had like
the perfect example, Matt, the perfect example here, Midnight Suns.
Midnight Suns.
That's how Midnight Suns came to be. That's why Wolverine's in there. That's why Spider-Man's in there, because that fits that mold. It's specific. Right.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, but they can in family games.
Yes.
So what the determination of a family game is, I don't know. Is that an Ultimate Alliance? Is that considered like a family game? I don't know. Right. Like, so that was interesting. So we'll see. We know that Blade is being made by Arcane. Right. We know that you have an Iron Man game out there. Obviously. So Blade's not typically an X-Men, right? You have Captain America and Black Panther aren't X-Men characters either. Those are being made by the Sky Media Group, Amy Hennig's company, right? and then you have what's the other one? There's one more, I feel like, and Blade, but if there's one more out there. But so you have all these, you kind of start to see things shaping up. I think the playing field is still open for a lot of Marvel-based games, and I think that's why the contract was obviously written the way it was. This is not like a Sony Marvel exclusivity agreement. This is just regarding the X-Men and Spider-Man stuff, right? So interesting stuff there. Bold Alpha Wolfpack hit us with a $2 super chat. Says, why would Sony bank on X-Men over Spider-Man games as service, though?
Why not both?
Yeah.
To be real, like that we're going to talk about the Spider-Man MMO here because I think, again, another big miss and another indicator of where Sony's at with this. But yeah, why not both, right? I think X-Men, because it's being introduced in the movies, is definitely a hot IP. I mean, again, it's going to align with the movies perfectly. It's going to come out when X-Men's resurgence is happening. Indications are that they're using the obviously older crew X-Men in these games. As of right now, we'll see if they mix and match a little bit. But it seems like, again, I'm not going to spoil anything, but we do know of a certain character that's being like, okay, so you're going to start using my era of X-Men too. Okay, we're cool with this. Like, this is good. But I think X-Men is going to be gigantic. The mutants, if done right in the movies, will be gigantic. But just even if the movies don't turn out well, even if Disney continues this downward trend with Marvel's movies, I think the game itself, with Insomniac backing it, if they do it right, having that team-based play through X-Men, multiple character usage, maybe even multiplayer in X-Men co-op, you got yourself like an instant winner. And I don't think that Insomniac's going to fumble that ball. So I think it's an automatic W for them. I really do.
Sure. Angry Hippie wanted to be part of the sub train, gifting 5 Fun Speculation memberships. Pongsol.
Listen here, choo-choo motherfuckers, attention. All passengers aboard the Fun Speculation Hype Express train. We have now just hit Mach 6. Please double check your safety straps. Make sure your harnesses are tight. We are approaching no return on this hype train. So be ready, because we've got another 5 bomb dropping in here. That's right. We shoved that sucker right in the furnace of this train, and we are now at Mach 6.0. Thank you so much for that. The 5 bomb, the easy layup. And if any of you, listen, chat, you guys are amazing. We haven't done this in a little bit here. We've been talking some good news. Let's take a time out real quick. Wink, wink. We're just going to take a time out here and talk about this ad-free station that we want to keep ad-free. This is what we like to do, and we don't want to have ads just in your face in the middle of a show. I mean, that's just not what we are about here. We got families to take care of. So you know what? We got to hit your goal. You got to hit your goal. So, this $5 5 bomb, this 5 layup, if you want to match it, that's great. Again, we don't discriminate. If you want to buy a single ticket aboard this hype train, we're going to take you on board and treat you the same. You're going to get that first class service here at Fun Speculation Network, because you all know the goal is now down to 853. So the fact that we've gotten down that far shows your commitment to hitting your goal for our channel. You are on your way. Let's keep this rolling, folks. The layups are there. It's easy. You can do an alley-oop dunk off of that. We'll cheer you. Let's go, everybody. Choo-choo. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. It's the holiday season subtrain. Let's go to the North Pole.
Pong.
God.
Yeah.
See, this is what happens with this amazing community that wants an ad-free channel at all times. This is the push, right? That you guys need to get to your goal. Like, this is what it's all about.
Any potential future sponsors.
Old Alpha Wolf Pack saw that layup and said, guess what? I'm not done either. I've got another 5 bomb. I got 5 more tickets. Let's get some more people on this train. Add some more cars to the hype train. At Mach 6.1 now, you can handle some more cars. So strap up, buckle in, all you new speculators that just got boarded on this train. because Bold Alpha Wolfpack came through with another 5-bomb, another nice easy layup, and of course, it's got to be an alley-oop. These two just go back and forth at it all day long because, you know what, Decado, again, he's not going to sit on the sidelines while this happens. You know what? He feels that energy. He felt that push at 6.1. And he's like, guess what? Let's go to 6.2 real quick. I'm going to match that 5-bomb. I'm going to match that layup. I'm going to come in and alley-oop, dunk off the backboard to myself with another 5-bomb as well. Choo, 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 motherfuckers. That's right. Santa Claus, get on board. We'll deliver your gifts faster than even you can and your sleigh on this hype train. Let's do it. That's right. Oh, and the spirit continues. Everybody wants to get in on the hype train because we've got the angry hippie coming back with another 5 tickets himself or herself, coming through with a 5-bomb, keeping this ad-free show rolling. That's what it's all about. Your goal is now down to 838. That's right, 838. We are dropping like a rock today, but we are shooting to the moon with the sub train. That's what we do here on the Fun Speculation Network. Angry hippie with the 5-bomb with the easy layup, and right behind him was Razor and Z and said, I'll see your 5. And I'll raise you another 5 because I'm going to come in here with 10 more tickets, add some more cars to this hype train. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo. Let's go.
Then Bold Alpha Wolfpack just gifted another 5.
And Bold Alpha Wolfpack, he once again says, guys, I'm not done. Don't stop. Don't stop. We're going to keep this sub train rolling. Mach 6.5. We just hit Mach 6.5. We are now at a goal of 823, everybody. 823. You guys started out at what, like 1,1300 at the beginning of the month? It was something insane. But we want to get to the point where we have to re-raise your goal again. So let's keep going, everybody. Bold Alpha Wolfpack again. He looked around and said, I got this. I got this. 5 more people jump on board the Fun Speculation Network. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. Christmas is on its way. I see Santa Claus in that back car. Let's go. Thank you, Bold Alpha Wolfpack. Easy layup for anybody else who wants to follow that up. Easy layup for y'all. Wink, wink. Perfect time to give away some subs.
Wink,
Wink, wink.
wink, wink.
Let's go.
Wink, wink.
Let's go.
Also, Alvin hit us with a $5 super chat. Said, Pong, the Sony media bubble is deflating, especially if they follow through with Insomniac layoffs and a studio closing. Nintendo is Media Girl 2024.
Alvin, I hope that some of the deflation comes through, Alvin. I don't think we're to the point where they start acknowledging the deflation yet. That's what I'm saying in 2024. I think they continue to try to pump them up. But we're going to find out, Alvin, because they do have some more bumps in the road coming, for sure. It's not over with.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
we got the Cypher Type 1. Drop it in with the 2-bomb. That's right. Again, whether it's a sub or super chat, we don't discriminate. The 2-bomb drops in here, says, now I have a subscription. Ho, ho, ho. And yes, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Absolutely freaking love it. Good shout out right there, Cypher. Love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Man, it's a damn good Christmas movie.
Oh, it's freaking fantastic, bro. Bruce Willis, prime Bruce Willis. My God. Dude's incredible.
You guys in the community, you guys are absolutely insane.
You guys are,
thank you.
Again, in all seriousness, all love and respect to you, every single one of you. Again, whether you're giving, whether you're listening, it doesn't matter. All love and respect to all of you. We're having some fun here tonight. Man, we haven't even really scratched the surface here with these leaks. It's so good, but we did.
It's huge.
We did want to get into the Spider-Man MMO, and there's a reason why I wanted to get into the Spider-Man MMO. This had been a rumor that had started getting, some smoke out there. Then Insomniac was working on a multiplayer Spider-Man game that we could see down the road. Again, part of their games as a service strategy, getting more people on the Sony ecosystem into multiplayer games, keeping that engagement at a high level. Sony is all about that. Did that happen again? Wait, did we miss something? We did. Did I get Decado? I did. I missed Decado. Decado surprised us all. Yeah, Decado came in after Bold Alpha did.
Oh.
And he said, you know what? Santa Claus is back there, but he's all by himself. He needs his reindeer on board. And you know what? 6.5, Mach 6.5. Buckle up, motherfuckers. You're going to have to buckle up a little bit tighter because we're going to push this to 6.6 because Decado said, I'm not done. I got to get those reindeers some tickets on board the Fun Speculation Hype Express. That's right, Decado coming in with the 5 bomb. Another easy layup. I don't know how many easy layups. This is like the old Bulls team, right? Back in the 90s, led by MJ. This is easy pickings out here, folks. Come on. I know I got a Cartwright out there that wants to dunk on somebody. Let's do this. Everybody, Decado with the 5 bomb.
Bill Cartwright?
Hell yeah.
Is that a Bill Cartwright shout out on PM and the PM? Love it, man.
Yes, sir. You know who was a real Bulls fan back in the day, brother.
Yeah, dude. Bill fucking Cartwright. Let's go.
We keep going. We might have a BJ
Longley.
Armstrong.
Look at fucking Luke Longley.
Luke Longley. We might have Luke Longley.
Let's go.
We might have Luke Longley. We might have the Pink Panther, Tony Kukoc coming in here.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have BJ Armstrong hitting a couple threes. Let's go.
Get some daggers from Steve Kerr up in here. Let's go.
Oh shit. All right. Let's see here. All right, where were we?
Spider-Verse.
Decado says Refudge needs to take some notes on how to do the hype train. Yeah, I could probably teach him a thing or two.
Yeah. Somebody said you're like Reforge and MBG had a baby.
I've never seen MBG have that much energy, bro. But maybe I've just missed him. I haven't watched him as much. Spartan 661 says, you know what? A lot of tickets are being spread out. So I'm just going to come with a straight super chat. That's right. I'm just going to come with a straight $4.99 $5 roundup. We're always going to do that. The 5 bomb. Spartan 661 says, Merry fucking Christmas. Pong, you should have been a used car salesman. I was at one point, sir. LOL. The truth is that I like motorcycles. Sell me some gear to wear. LOL. My God. That would be great. But it's funny that you said that because I was a used car salesman for a while. All right. Anyways.
Who could tell?
I didn't do very well, by the way. Because I have a hard time lying to people like that. And there is a lot of garbage in there.
So it was like, is this a good car? You're like, choo choo, motherfucker. This car's gonna take you to space.
That's what I always just say when we go test drive. When they started up, I'd be like, choo choo, motherfucker. Let's go.
Let's go. You've never ridden a car like this one, baby.
Oh my God. All right. Let's see here. All right. So yeah, Spider-Man MMO. Oh God, you guys are killing me, Chad. You guys are amazing, bro. Your community is just freaking out of control. Spider-Man MMO got leaked, Mav, and we had heard about the smoke, the rumors that this was going to happen. Well, actually, the leak happened. It was real, Mav. Like, we've got artwork for it. We've got a full type of presentation for this game, talking about all the stuff that they were going to do with it and where they thought it would fit in to all the other, Spider-Man games and into the game lineup and what it could bring to PlayStation and the ecosystem. We got all that from this leak, Mav. But once again, the reason why I'm so interested in again, I don't care about Spider-Man. Out of all the superheroes that I could care about, Spider-Man is in the bottom half. Like, I don't give a shit never have about the character. Like some of the movies are cool. Toby was great. I love Toby. But to be honest, I could care less about the games. I played 2018, thought it was cool, but I played it for like 20, 30 hours, did a lot of the side mission stuff and collectibles, and was like, I'm done. I just don't need to play this game. It doesn't interest me. But when I see a Spider-Man MMO, again, I can pull myself away from any meh I got about something, and I can look at it from a business standpoint. I can look at it from a realist standpoint. Man, we just got them talking about how many games as a service have already been canceled that Sony had planned, that PlayStation had planned.
Yeah.
How desperate they are to find W's in that arena. I've talked about this a billion times, and especially last week with The Last of Us Online being canceled. You have an advantage that other games in that space, in the multiplayer space, whatever type of multiplayer it is, just don't have, simply because of the IP, simply because of the licensing. That grants you an advantage in a very saturated market of multiplayer games. And when you are trying to make 1 or 2 out of 10 to 12, which was the original plan from Jim, successful, you need every advantage that you can possibly get to give each one of those games that you eventually do release the possibility that they become that successful 1 or 2. And you had 2 of them with The Last of Us Online, and now we know the Spider-Man MMO has been canceled. I look at that artwork map. I looked at the descriptors from this game. I looked at all that stuff. They had Spider-Gwen coming into this. They had all these characters. They called it, Mav, in their slides, Spider-Man in GTA, right? In Grand Theft Auto. They're comparing it to Grand Theft Auto type of online world with Spider-Man and all these different characters. Everything that you could do in an open world with a bunch of people running around fighting crime, doing all sorts of different trials that you could do with the flying, with the web slinging. Mav, this to me, even more so than The Last of Us Online, was one of the clearest opportunities that PlayStation had to come out with one of those successful games as a service, multiplayer, economy-driven type games that they need desperately to bring in more money, right? This had the most potential. Like, Steele nearly died in our DMs when he saw this. He's like, you guys are absolutely killing me now. This is like, Steele would have been spending money.
Yeah.
And he's just one of millions that would have been spending money had they done this game right. And from everything I read, from all the descriptors, man, they had it figured out. They're like, hey, everybody loves Spider-Man 2. They just want more of it and make it multiplayer so they can all play together, but we're just going to give them that in bucket loads. And we've got all these ideas for expansions, and we can do all these different, missions, co-op missions. We can do all these trials, and we can do they had it all laid out. And I was like, yes, yes, yes. This is what we've been talking about. And they canceled it, man. Another one gone without even trying it. They have no courage to be in this business. They have no courage. Sorry about that. My monitor just fell over. They have no courage to be in this realm, in this genre at all.
Yeah.
They don't. Mav, what does this say to you? What did you think about when you saw the leaks from this?
It's insane. It's not like, to be honest, it's not necessarily the type of Marvel game I would want to see most turned into like a big multiplayer, because I think we're going to get a rare instance of this happening, right? So like for me, like I would rather personally just go X-Men if they end up going that route, right? But I'm not naive to think that Spider-Man and the Spider-Verse isn't probably the most popular thing going. And it would absolutely been an insane success. But the most important thing for me in seeing this information and all these things is how much Insomniac wanted to do it. They were pretty much begging PlayStation to let them make this game. They were putting out all the points like, look, we know how to do this. Like, here's all the experience we have doing multiplayer things in the past. Our engine's ready to go for it. We can, like, it was going to be an easy thing to get started because we can use a lot of the stuff that we have already made and all these kind of things. So, like, you know what? Let's get this ground running on this thing. Let's just do this. And then PlayStation's like, okay, we'll try it out. And then they're like, no, like they just gutless cowards. PlayStation afraid of doing anything outside of their normal, typical type thing, man. It's like we've talked about it numerous times about how they don't have the stomach for what's involved with keeping these kind of things going and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, man, just how I don't know how any of those games are going to succeed when they're afraid to really invest in them. Like, come on, like that was your biggest slam dunk that you had, and you had pretty much a top tier development studio begging to make it, right? And you had one of the most popular IPs in the world that you could use at your disposal on the heels of the success of the Spider-Verse movie, and now even more popular since the second one had come out. Like, it's just was a home run, bro. To think that potentially this year or something we could have been having that game release, because those documents when they're asking to have it made was like 2018, bro. Like, like it could have been either this year, the next year, the next. It could have been like relatively soon, but no, it's gone. What were they thinking? I don't get it, man. Like, I want to see multiplayer in X-Men. I don't know, like, I didn't read too much into that stuff. I don't know if that's 100% planned or not.
There was talks of it in there of expanding X-Men and being able to do some type of multiplayer with X-Men in some of the docs as well, but who knows how far that conversation went. If they don't have a co-op mode in X-Men, I will literally flip my shit.
Oh god, yes, dude.
Bro,
it's
if
like
they do not have that, I will be
we were talking about that on Fun Pop, like I like afraid of them only having like a couple of playable characters and stuff, you know, like God, you gotta give us everybody, like, and I really got to see it. And we were having a debate. Everybody was telling me that they don't think Gambit's going to be in the game, you know? And I'm like, I got to have Gambit, bro. It's like Gambit's my number one request. And if it doesn't happen with this Insomniac X-Men games, I don't know. I'll get it, you know? Like,
here's the deal too, Mav, with what you're talking about. They better have X-Men set up to expand upon. That far down the road, with this much time involved, that they're going to put in X-Men, because we got another slide map that showed how they're dispersing the team, the Insomniac teams, to create all this stuff. X-Men's going into pre-production already.
Right.
X-Men's already started pre-production. Okay, after Spider-Man 2, X-Men is already in production. They have a long ass time with this game, and they're putting a ton of people on this game. Like, this is a big deal for them. They need to have the ability to add more characters to that roster lineup, Mav. They have so many characters that they can pull from. Even if, let's say, they start with, let's say, 6 to 8, right? X-Men out the gate. You have the ability to expand the roster in so many ways out to 20, 25 X-Men through the years. Easy, right? You have that ability to bring in everybody that's ever touched as an X-Men.
Yeah.
They better have that. That's the stuff that they're missing, Mav, that is seemingly they can't figure out. And yet all of us who have played in other ecosystems, have played other games, have played with other publisher games like Ubisoft or anybody else, just goes, why is this not common sense for you guys?
Right.
Why is this so difficult for you to understand what to do? Like, are you that scared of the backlash from your hardcore, your extremist community? I don't think you are, because you're not in public. You're never in public talking to these people. So why do you care what they think? You're not going to scare these people off. The masses that play on PlayStation 5, that are your regular Call of Duty, Madden players, and then whatever their friends are playing, if you come out with an X-Men game where it's co-op and they can all hop into parties with it, that's how you introduce multiplayer to that fan base. And you treat it like, okay, we are going to have paid content. You will be able to expand your roster. If you got a favorite character from X-Men and it's not in the base game, we'll give you the opportunity to buy that character down the road. We're going to expand that roster out. People love that shit. People spend $20 on Call of Duty skins for stupid anime shit. I do it. Okay? And I'm not the biggest buyer of that stuff, but I do it. You add X-Men characters on an ever-expanding roster, you have now that setup where you continue to get engagement, and you also have stream of revenue coming from that game. They better do it with X-Men, man. They better do it, man. It's perfect. It's perfectly set up.
Yeah, it is, man. Like, I would buy characters for it. Like,
let's say the base game came out, you would buy the base game anyways. You'd play the base game. And let's say the base game came out and you were like, oh shit, they don't freaking have Gambit. And then let's say 3 months after launch, you're like, we're doing a roster expansion. We're going to introduce Gambit and whoever, Beast, next month.
Yeah.
Bro, you'd be like, hey, sign me up. What is it? What is it? $20 for Gambit? Look, let's go.
I mean, they sell for pretty much that as skins in Fortnite, where there's no difference in the abilities and the characters. You know what I mean? Like, this would be like a whole new like fighting style for the characters, like all this kind of stuff. Like, man, it has so much potential, but they got to nail and get an online component really in there to make it really work, right?
Correct.
Um,
Correct.
and that's the question of if Sony is going to go all in on that. And I hope they do. They got to figure it out by then. You know what I mean? And especially with a property like X-Men. Because if you do X-Men and you don't have online components like to it, that's just going to be a personal travesty to me. And seeing the template, like the only thing that has me a little bit concerned is I know it's really early on, Pong, but like,
yeah,
they consider Wolverine as like the start of that like trilogy, right?
Correct. Correct.
And kind of what we see from that game so far, like it doesn't seem that direction whatsoever. It seems more in line of a traditional like Spider-Man type experience where you're going through the story. You kind of have, you know, good combat and stuff like that. And then maybe you have another playable character in there that you switch to. And like, if that's the direction they go in X-Men and they're only doing like a handful of characters and you just kind of switch between them, like as who you play as, like, God, that's going to be like, that's going to be a travesty.
It's going to be a massive miss.
Yeah.
Massive.
Like you can't do X-Men like that. It worked for Guardians of the Galaxy by Square,
Sure.
You know?
Sure.
Sure. So like there is, I guess, an example of how it can be done in that in a regard and have a good game. But like this is the fucking X-Men. I want to play this with my friends. You know what I mean? Like I want to be Gambit or Cyclops or something, and you pick Wolverine or Jean Grey or whoever you want to pick, whatever hero you want, right? And I want 4 players, right? I want 4. I want like somebody to be Colossus, somebody to be fucking like, I don't know, throw some villains in there, Mystique. Yeah, that'd be like amazing. And just all go in there and beat the shit out of stuff and like get scores after missions and like, man, I would love it. Now, they got to do it better than Avengers did, right? They can't go that
obviously.
style.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No.
You got to make, there's a balance here, right? But man, I have faith that Insomniac can do it. It's the question is, will they? Does Sony let them go that route? You know?
Well, that kind of rolls into what I want to talk about next. We're not done with necessarily Insomniac and all this yet, because man, this is kind of, did they get the IP at the wrong time? And do they have, and again, I say this, and if down the road somebody decides to try to clip this out, as I want you all to understand the context about my next words here. I'm going to say, do they have the right management in place at Insomniac to pull this off? Due to the fact, Mav, and this is where context comes in, that they are being told that they're overspending on their games.
Yeah.
And we saw the budgets for these games, Mav. This was another one of the biggest eye openers for me. When you're talking about pulling back the curtains, we had seen glimpses of this because we got that, you know, we had found out through the court docs during ABK that The Last of Us 2 had a $250 million budget. And we were like, holy shit, $250 million. Holy shit. Man, we got the numbers for Spider-Man. We got the numbers for all the Insomniac games. Miles Morales, standalone expansion. Let's be real. A whole lot of reused assets, right? And again, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what game companies do. Yeah. I'm not using that as slander, but I'm just saying, we got to be real. This is not a brand fresh, new start from the ground up IP. This is Miles Morales, $156 million.
Yeah, that one was baffling, you know.
We got Ratchet and Clank, $81 million. For Ratchet and freaking Clank, $81 million
man,
now.
They had to do that SSD technology, man. It's like,
bro,
to put this $80 million alone.
It's true. It's true. To put this into perspective, though, we got word out of this leak as well, Mav. Ghost of Tsushima, a brand new IP.
Yep.
Built from the ground up. $60 million. Made
so good.
Oodles. I haven't yet played it, right?
So good.
Bro. But
you're gonna
I want to play it badly. I'm going to love it. I know I am going to love it. But this is what we talked about, Mav, and why I'm rolling this in here, because we talked about just a couple weeks ago a coming to Jesus moment for the AAA development cycle. Insomniac right now, after seeing these figures, is like target number one, Mav. Like, I can't believe that they are allowed these budgets. I cannot believe they have been told that this is okay. Sure, they're still making money. I'm not out here saying they're losing money. They're making money. But if it costs you for Spider-Man 2 $315 million to make that game, Mav, I'm going, where's your money going? I got to be real. Where's your money going? I know it costs money to keep talent. I know you guys have built up your studio, but you guys are at about 500, which is a big AAA studio, right? It's around Bethesda size. It's a big AAA studio. But $315 million for Spider-Man 2? Really? And then they project for Spider-Man 3, they're projecting $385 million for Spider-Man 3, approaching $400 million. Wolverine, they're projecting at $305 million. For anybody who doesn't know, again, take this with a grain of salt, okay? Because we don't know what the finished product is going to wind up to be. But according to internal documents, Wolverine is going to be a 15-hour experience. Mav, 15-hour experience at $305 million. Again, it's always subjective. Value is always going to be in the eye of the beholder. But I can't imagine greenlighting these kind of budgets on these types of games, Mav. I can't.
Yeah.
Why is it that somebody like Sucker
I wonder
Punch
what the
can
movie
create...
budgets are.
Right. I want to. Some of these got to be
curious.
more than some of the movies. These have to be more than some of the movies. They have to be. But if a team like Sucker Punch can go out and create a brand new IP and Ghost of Tsushima, which looks how good it looks, which is built from the ground up, plays as well as it plays, and is a lot bigger, open world style game for $60 million. Are you telling me that Wolverine is 5 times the game that Ghost of Tsushima is? Are you telling me that Spider-Man 3 is going to be nearly 6 or over 6 times what Ghost of Tsushima is? And that relates to this, man, and I'm going to bring you in on this. Don't worry, I'm not forgetting you on this conversation, but I do want to talk about this is because we also got from the Insomniac leaks this conversation, Mav. Sony is now having this internal conversation. And it's obviously because Insomniac must have had a staff hands-on meeting and talked about this because Kotaku reached out to him. Again, I'm not going to give Kotaku any flowers here. I'm not going to click on their website, but they are the ones who broke this. But they got inside baseball from Insomniac. And it says, these and other presentations, these are some excerpts from what they got. These and other presentations provide a clear sense that Insomniac, despite its successes and the seeming resource of its parent company, is grappling with how to reverse the trend of ballooning blockbuster development costs. Quote, we have to make future AAA franchise games for $350 million or less. Oh, poor guys. Reads one slide from a sustainable budgets presentation earlier this year. Quote, in today's dollars, that's like making Spider-Man 2 for $215 million. That's $65 million less than our Spider-Man 2 budget. Oh, no. Another slide puts up the problem more starkly. Quote, is 3 times the investment in Spider-Man 2 evident to anyone who plays the game? They are asking the same questions I was just presenting. When you look at Spider-Man and you say they spent over $300 million on that game, on Spider-Man 2, are you seeing that $300 million? I mean, again, it's all in the eye of the beholder. Maybe you do, but when you compare it to other games budgets, Alan Wake was $50 million. Ghost of Tsushima was $60 million. $315 million? Really? I mean, like 150, sure. Like Miles Morales, sure, okay. But really, $315 million? Quote, a more recent presentation in November, this is November this year, folks, November 2023, points to potentially more drastic cuts. Quote, slimming down Ratchet and cutting new IP will not account for the reduction Sony is looking for. This is real. If these are direct quotes, if this is legit information, Matt, this means that Sony has already internally had these conversations with their studios.
Yep.
I can guarantee you it's not just Insomniac.
No, we already know this because it's come out with all the other stuff, So
with all the other stuff, correct. Reads a power will not account for the reduction Sony is looking for. Reads a PowerPoint note attributed to Insomniac head Ted Price. Quote, to remove 50 to 75 people strategically, our best option is to cut deeply into Wolverine and Spider-Man 3, replacing lower performers with team members from Ratchet and new IP. So they're already talking about cutting people, cutting talent, right, to make the reductions necessary versus actually looking at their process and saying, why are we costing 5-6 times other games? Why are we costing this much? Right? They're saying, okay, well, it looks like we're probably going to have to cut 50 to 75 people, bring some other people over from the Ratchet team. We'll fill in the spots. That's how we'll make some of these cuts. Business plans change, and Sony would not confirm if the discussed cuts are still on the table or already completed. But a notes file referencing a November 9th PlayStation offsite meeting reiterates the 50 to 75 number of cuts. The note suggests that the cuts are being asked of other PlayStation studios as well, ding, 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 including the line, quote, there will be one studio closure. Now, again, this is from November, folks. I know a lot of people were asking, well, maybe that was one of the studios they already closed. If these documents are correct, if these notes are correct, these came from November. So, no, it hasn't happened that we know of. Sony did not respond when asked to clarify. All right, bring it in here, Mav. When you first saw the budgets here, brother, when you saw these leaks come out and you saw what they were spending on Spider-Man, did it make you scratch your head, or am I completely off base? And you're like, dude, this is the industry now. These are AAA games. This is a big IP. They do have a big team on it. That costs money. They, again, people give them high ratings, critical success. They sell enough. They make money off of them. Might not be the biggest percentage, but they do make money off these games. Which way were you with these budgets, and what do you think about this conversation that obviously is happening internally? Potential cuts, potential another studio closure for Sony. Is this the coming to Jesus moment that we talked about? Because if it's happening at PlayStation, it's happening elsewhere too.
Yeah.
That what Jim said, he was speaking out loud for a lot of the industry and the big publishers, that AAA game development, as the budgets have gotten to this point, is not sustainable. He said that multiple times, and I think he probably was speaking a lot of true words that other people have said elsewhere as well. What are your thoughts on this one, man?
It's interesting. I know one of the most famous games that everybody talked about the budget for was like Halo Infinite, right? Which had like a rumored budget of around $500 million or something like that. And who knows exactly how much of that's marketing and game development, all this kind of stuff. We don't know, right? Obviously, Sony sees that there's a problem here, right? And it's not just with Insomniac. It's been a bloated development cost across all of their studios, especially for the non-recurring engagement and revenue that they receive. They're kind of like release, get a bunch of money up front right away, and then it kind of trickle down effect later with, when the games go on sale down the road or people that buy them later and all that kind of stuff. But the other interesting information that came out was that around 50% of the people that play a game like, I think the number was actually for Spider-Man 2, or maybe it was Spider-Man 1. I don't know 100% which one. But about 50% of the people that played it were from shared accounts. It was from shared PlayStations or something. People on somebody else's PlayStation or sharing the game or whatever. Right, so 50% of the people that played the game didn't buy it, right? So you have to look at certain things within Sony's decision making over the last several years. Under the Jim Ryan era, okay, we got to figure out how to have more recurring revenue. We got to figure out how to have more engagement. We got to figure out how to have all of these kind of things, especially where our budget's getting crazy. Now, I'm not somebody that knows enough to be able to say like, oh, that's too high for that game, but it certainly seems that way. It seems like a game that's around a 15 to 20 hour experience, that's been done before in a much. It's really not a new formula, really. I mean, there's really nothing new or like groundbreaking or anything like that. It's just like, hey, here's a better graphical version of the same kind of game that we played back on the 360. To be honest, I mean, I was playing Spider-Man back in the day, swinging around New York City, climbing on the top of buildings, doing missions, going around, beating up dudes, and all that kind of stuff. Now, Insomniac does it way better. The combat's way better. The story's way better. All that kind of stuff. So it's like a AAA version of that. But it's like, I don't know, man. Like, there's some of these games out there that are like seem like they're pushing the boundaries or moving things forward in some different ways that are costing less, So like, I don't know what it is that makes these games cost so much, but without having that like longevity of recurring revenue and all that kind of stuff, it seems like it would be a problem. I don't know. It does to me. Like,
It does.
I think they probably are looking at, okay, we got to figure out how to way to keep these budgets down, but these developers will be like, well, we just got to cut people, right? They're leaving it up to them to make the decision.
Right.
It seems like, on how they want to get the budget down, and the developers like, we'll just take people off, because I guess the reality of it, if you look at that's their solution, that's where the development cost is going. It's going to the people, right? Like,
Correct.
That's what I would assume, is that they have a lot of people working on different projects at the same time, right?
Yes.
And they probably have a lot of overlap on things. They probably have some different things. I think probably overall you could look at it as more of like a management thing. But at the same time, then when you look at, well, Insomniac is one of the studios that is getting actual games out relatively quickly, right?
Correct.
So
they carried Sony.
maybe that's where the cost is because they have to have so much overlap and all these developers working on some stuff the same. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure it out. I wish I was, but you can see why Sony has a problem and why they want to do more games as a service, but then they're also afraid to do games as a service because they don't want to pay for that, because they can't afford to, because these other things that they got going on. It's a whole big fuck stick that they got going on right now. They don't know what the hell to do to fix the situation. It's crazy.
It's something they've painted themselves into this corner, man.
Right.
But we talked about this a million times. But my point being is that when do the heads of the studio, and that's why I made the statement, do they have the right management in place? And again, shout out to Ted Price. Again, I'm not slandering him in any way, shape, or form. But if your initial thought on this, or if your most reasonable solution to this specific situation is to simply cut talent, 50 to 75 heads must roll in our ranks, I don't think you're. And again, what do I know? I don't do studios. I don't run studios. I don't run $1 billion or $1 million companies. I don't do any of that. But Mav, how does other studios do it? How do these other studios do it? How does Remedy, who is working on a ton of projects themselves, how do they come out with Alan Wake 2 looking the way it does, right? Winning game awards for a $50 million budget. How do they do that? There has to be a question of efficiency. There has to be a question of, listen, you guys are bloated because you've been allowed to get bloated. And I'm not talking about from a number of devs.
Right.
We know these games take a lot of devs. But where else could you look to? What else are you missing in your process, in your line? Because let's be real here too, Mav. They have a formulated game.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's Spider-Man or Wolverine, because we got to see how they lay out quest design in this game in Wolverine. We got to see how they lay out how the player is going to get from point A to point D and what is going to happen between. This is very formulaic. This is not an open world. This is not a Bethesda type RPG where anything can happen, where they have all these differences. They have a formula. It works. How is it that your pipeline has become so bloated in the process of creating these games, even when you are reusing assets, even when you are taking what you have already done in the past and putting it back into your game, refining it some more, adding a couple mechanics here and there, but basically the same game it was, How does your budget bloat by another 70 million from 1 to 2? How does that happen? Or actually, it's more than that because Spider-Man 1 didn't cost him that much either. How does it bloat? I got to say that it's an efficiency problem. I got to say that there's something else going on there. Again, what do I know? I don't know shit. Okay. I'm just speculating because there's other studios out here making games that look and perform the same or better than Spider-Man 2 for much, much smaller budgets. There's got to be something else you can do other than just rolling heads of talent. Again, if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. But this is the coming to Jesus moment for I think a lot of AAA development. And Mav, we're not done here either because also, Mav, Sony has been looking at different ways to cure this problem. Obviously, they're talking to the studios about it, right? But they themselves are saying, okay, what could we do, Mav, to fix this problem? What changes could we make that could make us some more money that could offset these costs that we're seeing? Well, we got a slide, Mav.
Yep.
That Spider-Man 3 might actually turn into a 2-part game.
Kind of 3 if you really look at it.
Kind of three, but we'll get that in a second.
Yeah.
So we'll just start with the main game, the single player game, right? The single player game will turn into 2 parts and we'll sell each one of those for $50. Oh, okay. So the full Spider-Man game will cost me $100 if I want to beat the whole entire game. I want to get the whole story. This isn't the first time we've ever seen this either way. You know, Final Fantasy VII is broken into 3 parts now. We know that. Other games have done this. But $100. We got other information out of this leak that Sony's been talking about this internally, Mav, raising their game prices to $80 to $100 coming in 2027 or so. But they're going to break up Spider-Man 2 into 2 parts for the single player expansion or for the single player experience, $50 each. So that's $100. Oh, then in Spider-Man 3, Mav, they're going to do something that we talked about that they should have done with Spider-Man 2, which was add multiplayer.
But that multiplayer will also be separate. And that's going to cost you another $50.
$150
for
$150 for a single player multiplayer Spider-Man 3. Mav, this is again, this isn't made up, folks. This is coming from these internal charts. It's all been proven. They've got this chart for anybody who hasn't seen it. Again, we're not going to show any of this stuff. We're not going to run into any problems here. But they literally, again, we talked about the budget. They're thinking the budget's going to be $385 million. The slide says potentially up to $400 million for the budget. They have a Spider-Man 3 single title, holiday 2027, lifetime units 15 million, $70 price tag like normal, net sales 700 million to 720 million, dev cost, they say 300 million, but come on, we with marketing and everything else, it'd be up to close to 400 million. Net contribution 160 million to 180 million. ROI is 50%. And instead, they X that out. And then they have this plan for a part 1, part 2, multiplayer, all being sold separately for $50 for each one. Mav, talk to me, bro.
This is something I hope gets changed,
If they do this, would it? I'm not gonna ask you to commit one way or the other right now. But again, your initial thought, if they came out and announced this, holiday 2027, part 1, Spider-Man 3, part 1 coming this holiday, part 2, holiday 2028. If they announce that, will you? I won't ask you. I won't put you on the spot. But would it give you pause? Would you think about whether or not you would actually go spend $50 for each part? And it's another 50 for the multiplayer.
It's interesting because it almost like mind fucks you in a way because you think you're getting a good deal for the first part, right? You know what I mean? And then it's like, oh, when you finish it, you're like, oh, wait, this wasn't the whole thing, right? I still haven't bought Spider-Man 2.
Right.
So because I haven't, like, it started to grab me like with the hype I love Spider-Man 2018. I thought it was a really fun game. I liked it, but kind of like you, like Spider-Man's not my like super favorite character. In that universe, there's several that I like more. I did like that game, but the Miles Morales kind of standalone expansion thingy that came out, that just really didn't do it for me. I felt like I was playing the same thing over again. This time as somebody who was a little bit even more whiny than the other one, you know, and I was like, okay, not really necessarily feeling the story or anything going on with that either. So, I kind of got a little bit of spider fatigue, I think. And the Spider-Man 2, I want to play because I like some of the, like, what I've seen from it, but I feel like I can kind of wait. So I think I would be more inclined, Pong, to wait until like it's all released together, like later at an inevitable bundle that's maybe like a regular price type thing. Because I think what they would do is probably do like $50, and then like at some point they'd probably offer like a deal for all three. Maybe even when that multiplayer releases, by that time they would offer a deal for the other two, because like it was like in tiers, right? As far as time release, it seemed like.
Yeah, they have a combo, right? A combo coming in 2029 then for $60, right?
For all of
them. So whatever that combo is,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it means all of them. I don't know if it means like one of the parts of all. I don't know what that means, but it says 2029 combo for $60, uplift to play, you know, part 1 and part 2 sales. So I don't know what that means, but yeah, at some point, yes, you would think that they would do something like that down the road.
It's hard to say, you know, where my mind's going to be at in the future, but it's not something I want to champion, you know, like, especially knowing that's like their plan from the get-go. You know what I mean? It's like, that's kind of like, oh, let's find a way to fuck over people some more and make them not realize they're spending as much money as they are, you know, which is business, right?
Yeah.
It's business.
It's straight up business.
Yeah. But there's like certain ways where it seems like it's not necessarily going to serve the audience the best way. I mean, the best thing would be to do is just wait. If you're not finished with the game, wait the extra year and then release the whole damn thing.
Right.
You know?
Yep.
As like a $70 game, because they've already raised prices and established that. Right. So like just stick to that at least, instead of mind fucking us to thinking we're getting good deals, but actually spending $100. You know, like I'm not a big fan of that.
I'm not a big fan either, but this shows where PlayStation's at mentally right now.
Finding ways to raise the prices without raising the price.
To generate revenue that they aren't getting from any multiplayer experiences that they currently have, from any games as a service that they have at any kind of success level. They don't have any of that because they made that choice. And they're desperate. So the facts are is they're trying to generate revenue in other areas. They're trying to offset these costs that they're obviously talking to their devs about internally and saying, you guys got to cut back. We can't do it. Again, Jim came out publicly and said this. But now we know for a fact that they're talking about internally too. And they're also trying to look on their end again as a company, what can we do to generate some more revenue? Oh, well, our fans are happy to pay for the premium experience. Our fans will pay more. Maybe if we start splitting our games into 2, especially an IP like Spider-Man, hell yeah, we can charge a little bit less for the pieces, but we'll get them on both ends. We'll get them part 1, part 2. Hell, we're gonna add in a multiplayer. We might as well charge for that as well. Let's do that. They really are trying to find something, Matt, that they think will be able to generate some type of extra money to make sure that they don't keep drowning in these development costs, and overall can, you know, obviously beef up their numbers, which every company, again, it's business. I've talked about this a million times. If I look at this stuff from a business standpoint, I go, sure, you're going to push the boundary as far as your customers will. Until your customers stop buying, you will continue to push these boundaries. I would not doubt for a fact that we see a PlayStation game not even Spider-Man, but a PlayStation first-party game come out sometime in the next couple years at $79.99. I just don't doubt that they're going to do that, right? And their customers will buy it. Again, who am I? I paid $110 or $120 or whatever it was for Battlefield 2042 Premium Edition, right? I pay for battle passes all the time. Their customers will definitely buy.
Yeah.
I mean, again, there's no question about it. So they're going to do that. All right, let's see what we got here. We got Game Shark dropping on in here with a member for 6 months. A little conversation here. And it says knitting classes. I know it's Bungie, but what evs? Okay, knitting classes. That's right. That was one of the...
I didn't understand this. I was trying to figure out what it was.
You didn't understand this?
Okay.
One of the things that came out that Bungie, when they were... because they're going through their problems, there was an uproar internally because they cut out some of the extracurricular activities they offered their employees, including knitting classes. That was an uproar. Okay, bro. I'm telling you, the devs live in a totally different world.
How
bro.
am I gonna
live in a
crochet now?
I'm telling you, bro. These devs live in a different world.
Family Christmas presents is gonna make them blankets and gonna make them gloves and shirts.
How dare you, Bungie?
Now I can't do it. Take away my knitting classes.
And now Game Shark not only drops that inside little bomb, right? That under the radar bomb, but it comes back and says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and buy a ticket to the Mach 6.5 hype train that's rolling through Fun Speculation right now. That's right. He bought a single pass. He grabbed himself a seat on this train. Wink, wink. This is the best time to grab a hold of your seat, buckle in, and buckle up, because we're headed towards Mach 7, guys. We might get there by the end of the night. So Game Shark, welcome to the speculators and hop on board. Choo choo, motherfucker. Choo choo. Let's go. And then, of course, we've got member for 4 months, Biggity 08. Member for 4 months says, speak the truth, fellas. Hey, we talk about what we feel it's at, right? We speculate a ton here. We don't know this internal stuff outside of what we can see and what we can read through. That's it. But we do try to speculate. I'm glad that you're liking what you're hearing there. Thank you so much, Biggity 08, for being a part of the show and listening in tonight. Appreciate you so much.
We got some crocheters. We got some knitters in the chat. No disrespect to you guys. Hey,
None.
There is lots of awesome hobbies out there. And, you know, if you had been getting those perks from your job and you lost it, I would feel bad for you too, for sure. Absolutely hilarious though. That was the big uproar.
Yes. Yes.
So Bold Alpha Wolfpack also hit us with a $10 super chat. Pong.
Ooh, Bold Alpha with the 10 bomb. Really?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, said,
go ahead.
Mav, I'm sure Gambit will be in X-Men. It'll be X-Men teams blue and gold. They'll lean into the most popular iteration of X-Men. Chris Claremont's run of X-Men sold the most comics in Marvel history to date. Man, I hope so, dude. I sure as fuck hope so. If you didn't listen to Fun Pop, like Jasper was breaking down what the X-Men game will be, and like,
yeah,
it was fucking hilarious, dude. Because he was like, he's like Beast is gonna be the guy you go to in the mansion. He's just gonna be standing there. You go to him for like upgrades and stuff like that, like to modify your stuff, you know. And they're like, you know, we'll get to play as him. He'll just be standing there. I'm like, that's 100% what Beast will be doing. You're right, Jasper. Anyway, like, just go check that episode out. We're trying to break down what X-Men could be, and like, it's fucking hilarious. Anyway,
it's awesome. You guys are great.
Angry Hippie with the $5 super chat says, if Deadpool is involved in any of the X-Men games and Sweet Baby Inc. is allowed in the writer's room, I'm done with Insomniac.
All right.
Right on.
I'm not the biggest Deadpool fan either.
Yeah.
I like the movie. Movies are funny, but again, I could care less as him as a character. It doesn't do anything for me. But yeah. I mean, again, there's a lot out there. There's a lot of things that could go right with the X-Men. And again, I have a ton of faith in Insomniac, right? They're very good at what they do. I am worried that it is not going to be the experience that Mav and I are thinking about possibly. And it is going to be the Jasper experience, or it is going to be something based upon what we've seen already from them. And they're not going to try many new things with the X-Men. And we're just going to wind up with the same type of close-knit kind of experience that we're seeing in Wolverine right now. Maybe not even giving us the open world experience that they give us in Spider-Man. And if that's the case, I am going to be disappointed, like Mav said. If they're not giving us 4-player co-op, if they're not offering like some big activities with the X-Men and combos and all sorts of craziness that, again, fits with the comics of X-Men because they worked as a team. Sure, they were all individuals and they all had their moments where they were individuals. But when they got into battle together, they played off of each other. They fought off of each other. They combined for that was a part of the X-Men. As they grew together, they learned how to use all their powers together. All that all better be in there. Otherwise, I'm going to be here going, great. It looks good. Insomniac, congrats. You made another nice superhero game that's going to probably score high, but it's not the X-Men game that I wanted. Right. So I think there's a lot of ways that this could go wrong. For sure. I do think that is a point well taken.
The chat's reminding me of the other examples. Nightcrawler is going to be the fast travel. He's
just going to bamf you everywhere.
SSD. Yeah.
He's going to bamf you everywhere. That's going to be great.
And then Gambit's just going to be in the back hole room of the mansion. And you're just going to get to play poker with him. And that's all you're going to get to do with Gambit. That's it for Gambit. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be what's the case. We have another question though, Pong. That I think is a good question. Matt McDonald Media has asked it. By the way, I love your nuggets, Matt. It says
pause.
He asked a question: if Spider-Man 3's had like part 1 and part 2, like had as much content in each of them as like the first Spider-Man, does that make it more okay?
At $50, sure. Right. I mean, again, if you're getting like that full, I mean, it's still a way of doing it. But if you're talking about that, when you buy part 1 and part 2, right, it's a complete experience, but you're getting basically 2 full Spider-Man games in it, kind of like how people claim. And again, I don't know because I won't play it until all the parts are out. That Final Fantasy VII and the way that they're breaking them up, each one is a full game unto itself because of all the changes they've made to the story. So people who are fans consider them each an individual game. Yes, obviously, I would say at $50 price point, you're getting much more value than a $70 Spider-Man game that you pay for right now. That's my opinion. Now, again, the multiplayer being another $50. Not so much, not unless that's a very, very robust multiplayer, right? That would have to be a standalone multiplayer experience, and we know how that rolls with Sony. So I don't see it. But Mav, do you think so or no?
I'm kind of torn. Like right now, like based on like the lengths of the games that they're projecting for even like the other standalone games, they actually seem kind of fairly like shorter than I would expect.
Yes.
So like, what does that mean for that? You know?
Right.
And it's a question. Like, I don't know. I think games are like too big these days anyway. Like as far as length, I can't finish all of them. Like like Assassin's Creed, Odyssey, or not Odyssey and fucking Valhalla. They're like, fuck, man. Like there's certain games like I would like to finish, but like I just know I'm never going to. You know what I mean? So like a game like Assassin's Creed Mirage comes out, it was like $50, you know, and it says it's more of like a original style Assassin's Creed. I kind of appreciate that more for being a little shorter. So like I don't know, like it's weird. It's a weird question to have to answer because like I want to get my money's worth, you know, but I also want a complete experience.
Right.
You know, and I don't want like them to cop out based on some kind of monetization strategy, right?
So I mean, I get what you're saying. Again, it comes down to value. It's in the eye of the beholder, and it's going to be.
So I'm trying to like, would I appreciate 2 10-hour experiences as opposed to 1 20-hour experience?
Or no? Would you?
No,
like, he's saying each one was as big as a current game, right?
Right, but the current games I think are longer actually than what they're projecting what
they're projecting, but he's saying what if those parts were the same length as a full-fledged Spider-Man game? If you were getting 2 full-fledged Spider-Man games, it just took 2 parts to complete the whole story, and you wound up spending $100 overall. So let's just say you count, let's just say you say Spider-Man 1 is 20 hours now, right? Let's say Spider-Man 3 part 1 is 20 hours, Spider-Man 2 part or Spider-Man 3 Part 2 is also 20 hours. So you're getting a 40-hour experience between the two for $100 versus $70 for 20 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Would that create more value for you? Even though you would have to buy 2 to, obviously see the whole story.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's honestly, it's like
tough.
I don't fucking know, man. Like,
yeah.
Like I would almost find, in a way, I'd find it more daunting.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I know, I can understand.
Like,
I'm the wrong person because I love open world games, right? And I don't care about finishing games. So for me, open world will always hold more value. That's not to say that there isn't shorter games that certainly were more expensive that I didn't enjoy the hell out of and could say that I got my money's worth out of. But for me, overall, I would rather all their games be open world. I would rather have a daunting task of 40 to 80 hours in every game. That's just me.
If you look at it as like a dollar per value proposition, I would say, yeah, it would make sense, right? But like, not the multiplayer.
Now you're going down the Strauss route. Maybe they should charge per hour like Strauss wanted.
but like not the multiplayer. Get the multiplayer is included. Like that's the one that's most crazy. Ridiculous for me.
It's ridiculous. Like I said, that would have to be a full standalone.
Let's see what else we miss here. Biggity 08 member for 4 months said, "Speak the truth, fellas." Okay, you got it.
I did that.
Right, my bad.
Yep.
And you got in Game Sharks membership.
Yep.
Okay, Spartan 661 with the $10 says, "In all seriousness, Spider-Man Part 1 equals 6 hours of gameplay. Spider-Man Part 2 equals 7 hours of gameplay. Spider-Man multiplayer equals pissed off Sony ponies because Sony can't create a decent multiplayer game." Maybe so. Maybe so. I know it took me longer to beat Spider-Man 2018 than that, but I also...
It just depends what you do in it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it would take Jasper 3 hours to beat a game. It may take me 10 hours to beat, right?
It would take me 20 hours because I'd be taking photos and I'd be off exploring worthless corners because that's what I do. So,
yeah.
It's how you play the games. Yeah.
My favorite games sometimes are when I actually ignore a lot of the side stuff at times and I just get so sucked into the story because the story makes me feel like I need to do the next mission because I have to know what happens next. Right. And then I leave the side stuff for later after like I beat the main story. Like that's when I really know a game's got me. You know what I mean? Yeah. But even sometimes those games, it still takes me longer than the average person, I think. Like, I don't know.
You know who else got sucked in? Mav? That's right. Hold those lines, folks. Hold up, chat. Biggity 08. He got sucked into the fun speculation hype express right now. That's right. We are at Mach 6.7. Thank you very much, Biggity 08. Biggity 08 said, yeah, I said, tell the truth, fellas. But then I also said, guess what? I need some other people hearing this truth. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to gift 5 more subs to this hype train. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Get on board with these guys. That's what Biggity 08 just said. He gave everybody a nice little layup that you can follow up with a single, with a 5, with a 10, with a 20 nuke. Follow up how you want to. It's a dunk, it's a dunk. Make it easy around here. That's what our chat does to keep this show ad-free every Thursday. You guys show up and you guys get the sub train rolling. Appreciate every single one of you. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. All
right. Fucking amazing. Thank you, Biggity 08. Appreciate you. Everybody else appreciates you as well. Man, we just got into a lot, man. Like that's a lot.
There's a billion more, bro.
How do we do this? It was so much stuff. Like there's like too much stuff to actually fucking cover. It really is. Like
we should sell this show as 2 parts.
Yeah, $50 a piece.
You guys got to duplicate the sub train again tomorrow night for PM and the PM Part 2 prior to Xbox Ultimate. Let's do that. No,
we're giving you the same value that you got with the regular PM and the PM, so you should be fine with that.
Yeah, it's good value, everybody. It's good
Absolutely.
value. Yeah, because we didn't even get into the PlayStation slides themselves, about the Sony slides, about the worry that they honestly do have about Xbox now with ABK.
That's what we should get into, though. How fucking terrified they actually are behind the scenes, and how they feel like they're gonna get leapfrogged.
But Mav, 3-1 console sales, Mav, but 3-1 console sales. Xbox is still third place, Mav. None of this matters. This is just garbage. Look at the market, Mav. The market's telling you what you need to see. 3-1, Mav. 3-1 console sales, Mav. That don't lie. Everybody loves PlayStation. PlayStation, there's no worries from them. Okay. All right.
All right. It's the 2027 leapfrog is what they called it, right?
Correct. The leapfrog. Yeah. Let's get into this slide. Industry major shifts and threats. First bullet point is the Call of Duty threat in 2027. Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard for $69 billion could disrupt and threaten console gaming and game subscription markets. Console shift from PlayStation to Xbox with timing and in-game differential as the weapons. Subscription. Microsoft's comprehensive ecosystem coupled with exclusivity creates greater dominance. Sony impact. Massive threat to PlayStation Plus. Upwards of $1.5 billion of annual revenue threat gap to fill. That's why they're looking at cutting costs. That's why they're looking at raising game prices. Because of that right there. That's one of the main factors that's going into this stuff as well. Underneath that Sony impact was 45 million subs times $12 monthly times 12 months times 20%. Multiplayer third party. So that's how they kind of came to that figure of the 1.5 billion. Bullet point number 2, day and date threat. Post acquisition, Microsoft will put Activision Blizzard games on Game Pass day and date. Bullet point number 3, the one Mav just alluded to, leapfrog. Activision Blizzard provides the incredible strategic value across live service games, scale in mobile and PC storefronts. And they put in parentheses battle.net, which is something that you've heard us talk about for 2 years during the acquisition, how important Battle.net could be to helping Microsoft in the PC market. Underneath that was Microsoft can supply multi-game subscription, 50%, console games, 50%, PC, 60%. I'm sorry, multi-game subscription would be 50%, console games, 50%, PC, 60%.
I didn't understand that because that's 160%.
It's 100. Well, yeah.
I don't know what they're talking about. What the percentage of what?
Percentage? I would believe, because I believe that's the shares they believe that they could take.
Okay.
With the Activision Blizzard, right?
So they think they could take 50% of shares. Okay.
Right. That's what they believe that could happen, right? With multi-game subscription.
Like percentage of the market, right?
Yeah, correct. Exactly. Within a subscription, right? Obviously. So, Sony's pillars are already dated and behind the competition. We will get to those pillars too. Sony's pillars are already dated and behind the competition. Mav, I got to stop here real quick.
Yeah.
And point out the fact that the circus in this community has for years tried to tell everybody that those of us that sat on these shows time and time again, not slandering PlayStation in a console war narrative, but simply taking that satellite view or that RTS view, as my brother Steele likes to say, and sitting here and looking at the big picture, and have been telling you all that come to these shows for nearly 3 years now plus that Sony is behind Xbox in lots of different places. They tried to say we were lying. They tried to say that Sony was doing great and that they didn't need to change their models. They sat out here and said that that was just made up bullshit, that none of us knew what we were talking about. I have to point this stuff out when we come across these things. We've learned a lot this past year, like Mav said. A lot of things have come into the light that we've talked about that people try to say was false or lies or made up or just Xbox fans talking out of their asses. These are the facts of what's happening internally. These slides try to be slandered as fake as well, and then the truth came out that these were real. Sony's pillars are already dated and behind the competition. How many times, Mav, did we talk about those pillars? How many times did we say, listen, they are playing the old game. They were very good at it for multiple generations, but that old system is done. The new rules, where this whole industry is going from digital to cloud to subscription services, that's where Sony's behind and have been, plus diversity of lineup. Here we have it, Mav. They are making themselves crazy, crazy, bro.
When they dipped their toe barely into changing the PlayStation subscription services, and they came up with a new tier system, I let them fucking have it, bro.
Yep.
I was like, this is like not going to compete in the long term with where the future of gaming is going. And I called them cowards. I called them cowards for not seeing and trying to really do what they need to do to be competitive for the future, right? You can be in your bubble that you've been so successful in and think it's never going to pop, right? So this is never going to go away. It's happened time and time again in business, right? It happens time and time again. A successful market, a successful way of doing business sometimes gets outdated and replaced with something that is more innovative, more pro-consumer, or has more mass appeal. And all of a sudden, you see things start to suffer. You see things start to be like, well, we can't. How are we going to keep functioning in this? And then you see their share start to just barely dip a little bit. You see their market share start to dip a little bit, and then more, and then more, and then more, and then sometimes at the tail end, there's a mass fucking fall off, right? And we said this numerous times, unless they get their shit together with this future ecosystem of gaming, and you can't fucking wait, because guess what? They are so far behind in that regard. Correct. So far behind the competition in that regard. And it's not just Xbox that they're behind in that regard. You even have multi-plat publishers that are doing better with them in this regard, with subscription models and ecosystems and stuff like that. They are so one note in the way that they've been doing things for so long that they are afraid to step outside of their comfort zone and afraid to put the money where they need to make this shit work for the future. They still don't have a fucking PC store.
Nope.
How?
How is that possible?
How? Xbox had one. When did they start theirs? Like, they've always kind of had one, but like when they started putting the console games on PC, it was like around 2016 or something like that, right? Talk about 7 years later, they still don't have a fucking answer for that. It still takes them 2 years, right, as of today, to put a game on PC that was out on console first. They still don't have their own games in their subscription service. They barely have any day one content on their subscription service, a subscription service that costs more than the competition. What are you fucking doing? How do you expect that to be successful? No wonder your chart exists where you said it's outdated and stupid, because it was from the get-go, you fucking morons. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Get some fucking balls and put the money where you need to get better. Cross-play, cross-buy, cross-progression, all of this shit. Be better for your customers. Give us this stuff that we're asking for, that it would be more beneficial. And not only that, it will help your business grow. Put your games in your service, because guess what? People will subscribe instead of cancel. It's not fucking rocket science. Recurring revenue. Get with the times, guys. You're going to fucking fail unless you do. And I don't want to see you fail. I like some of your games. I want to see X-Men actually come out. Please do something better. Get with the fucking program. Holy shit.
That's what they're trying to do, Mav. Again, mobile, PC, all of these markets, because the next one was Sony Impact. Need to expand. Really? Shocking. No, I was told 3-1, Mav. Console sales, they're killing it. There's no worries. There's no worry. They're fine. 3-1.
Oh, they're giving 25% of that money to fucking Disney.
Right. For the Marvel IP. It's crazy. 3-1. That's all I hear. And I still saw it this week after these slides were proven to be true. And they still try to say, but 3-1, man. You see where the market's at. In the console space, that is freaking capped. So yes, if Sony wants to turn into Nintendo-like or Apple-like even more so, they can create their own pond. They can sell their customers $100 games in the premium experience, and they can continue to do that if they wish. But that's not what Sony wishes internally, as we are seeing. So all the people that are still preaching that nonsense, get off of it. Admit that you guys were wrong about how Sony is thinking about the future and start talking about it and start promoting it and start giving them encouragement. Because like Mav said, right now, Sony doesn't believe you guys, you hardcore fans, right, are out here willing to support that kind of ecosystem, because all you guys do is say, we don't need it. Get that shit off of here. We don't need games as a service. We don't need mobile. We don't need these games on PC. It devalues my purchase. I don't feel special anymore buying my console. Too fucking bad. The future is not consoles. It's not. Consoles are limited. They are on a decline. They are a ticking time bomb that will eventually blow up and go away. Anybody who watches this from a high level understands that the future is not console. Again, not talking about next year, not talking about the next gen, not talking about even 2 gens. But eventually, that is going to happen if Sony just sits on their hands like they have been and rests on their laurels and says, we got this. We're 3-1, man. We're selling out everywhere. We can keep charging our customers more for these games. They'll buy them. We're fine. We're good. If they keep doing that, when that explosion happens, they won't have a chance in hell to turn around. And like Mav said, I don't want that to happen. I don't think anybody who has a realistic vision for this industry wants to see anybody go away. I know there's some people that joke, shout out to King, who wants, who wants vengeance for Sega. I get it. I do understand. But again, I don't want to see them go away. But they got to prepare for the future, man. And that's all we've been talking about. We've never talked about Sony as dying. We've talked about them as what they need to do to correct course, that they are in rough waters, and they're admitting they're in rough waters right here. Next bullet point, elusive perfect game subscription. Everything with them is perfect. We got to have the perfect games as a service. We got to have the perfect single player games. We got to have the perfect multiplayer games. We got to have the perfect VR headset. We got to have the perfect game subscription. No, that's not how you build Sony. You have to sometimes start and not always be perfect. You sometimes have to learn as you go, especially in some of those areas where everybody else is showing you how to do it. And it's not perfect. Nobody's perfect in the multiplayer space. Nobody's perfect in the games as a service space. You guys don't even want to start because you can't figure out how to create the perfect model. Again, you are paralyzed. You are paralyzed through overanalyzation. Elusive perfect game subscription. Premium content. Expectation of free, best-in-class games creates unsustainable model. Monthly and incremental subs won't cover the investment.
It's already been proven wrong.
It's already been proven wrong.
It's already been proven.
And again, you have to be willing to take hits. You have to be willing to adjust your bottom line. You have to be willing to make upfront investments. You have to be able to make upfront investments. You are absolutely correct. It's not something you can just walk into and say, okay, this is all going to work out. We're going to be great. We're just going to make, no. Time, effort, resources. But no, you guys would rather go spend time on PSVR 2 land. You guys would rather go spend R&D on the PS Portal. You guys would rather do all these other things with your money instead of focusing on growing your core business out in the direction that the future of the industry is leading. And you wind up with this. Unified mobile PC console experience doesn't exist. Form factor and computer power are too diverse. I'm sorry, doesn't exist. Unified mobile PC console experience. I'm pretty sure I already have a lot of games, Mav, on the Xbox ecosystem that I can play on all 3 of those with one save.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that exists, Mav.
It does.
I'm pretty sure it. Sony, but again, they're talking about the perfect experience, Mav. The perfect experience, right?
Yeah.
Same across the board, no matter what. Got to be perfect.
Yeah, we're living in a utopia here, right?
Yeah, this is, yes, correct. Sony Impact premium sales model is the central approach. So once again, they go through this whole list. They talk about how Microsoft has the advantages, how they're behind Mav. And they get to the bottom bullet point,
It's like,
On
well,
this one,
fuck it,
the
we'll just do what we've been doing.
We'll just stick with what we're doing, bro.
It's like
Premium experience. Let's go. 2-part games plus a multiplayer expansion. $150. Let's go. That's the future.
yeah. Dude, was there a date on that one?
For what?
That slide, that information on
No, there was not dates on this one.
it has to be
No.
after the ABK thing because it says
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it has to be more
Oh.
recent. It seems like this is their transition away from their games of service ideas. Maybe.
Yes, that they're figuring out that they need to just stick with their premium core
Yeah.
experience for the time being. Now, we do have some other slides, Mav, that kind of talk how they're going to do those other things too, and we'll get to those here in a
Yeah.
second. The final one on this was a final slide said industry shift to leapfrog. This goes back to Microsoft's acquisition. Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard position is to leapfrog our current pillars. No shit, Sherlock. Activision Blizzard provides incredible strategic value across live service games, scale and mobile and PC storefront. In addition, Microsoft is building a mobile gaming store to compete with Apple and Google. Yes, they are. They've admitted that publicly. It's out there. We already know that. Again, this is nothing new. Why people think that this is, or why Sony internally acts like this thing is like some kind of, I don't get where they come from sometimes mentally. I wonder if this is, we talked about this too, Mav, in the past, right? Once PlayStation moved their offices to the United States from Japan, and they tried to become a more US focused company, Western focused company. But we still know Sony corporate has the power and still, and again, whether or not that changed dynamically when Jim took over, and maybe that's where some of the disconnect is, but it literally is like they haven't been looking at this industry. It's like literally they've been just living in their own bubble, as you said, and just woke up one day and realized everything else outside of their bubble was changing, and they have zero clue as to what to do at any point with some of this stuff. Like it's really weird to me how they just, again, no courage, no balls to do any of this. So we had a couple more slides too. I don't get it, man. Broaden distribution. PS Plus can create new customer relationships by expanding to mobile, PC, smart TV, and browser. You don't say. I think that's been done elsewhere as well. How we might broaden distribution. PS on mobile, Plus on mobile. Can we create a service value proposition on mobile using third party and first party content that customers value and utilizes locally relevant commercial models? Plus on PC. Could Plus expand our addressable market and be a major driver of live services engagement for PlayStation Studios and PC games? Game streaming on mobile, smart TV, and browser. Would expanding game streaming to mobile, smart TVs, and browsers help us acquire and retain more subscribers? It literally is, man, like they ignore all the examples of all this stuff that is already, not just Xbox. Like you said, Mav, not just Xbox, Ubisoft, EA, all the Tencent of all places, right? They huge, giant in the mobile. How can you not look around and not understand this distribution? How can you not look at the numbers that mobile brings in and understand that, yes, of course, if you integrate this stuff into your ecosystem and you find a way to give people experiences across more places, that obviously it is going to result in a bigger subscriber base. It is going to result in more engagement. It is going to result in the opportunity for more spending within your ecosystem on a daily basis. Like I'm not a part of this industry. I don't run these companies, but for God's sakes, I have read and watched enough over the past decade to understand that this is where everything's going and why it works. You have too, Matt. All of us that talk about this stuff. But Sony, for some reason, still has to ask these questions internally. Another one, adopt content strategy. Plus can improve attach and retention by offering value to a wider variety of PS players. Play with Plus. How might Plus become the most engaging and culturally relevant way to play? Free to play and franchise loyalists. Can we make Plus a must-have subscription for players who can engage deeply with free-to-play games and live services? Gaming culture participants. Can we make Plus the most rewarding and valuable way to participate in the game of the moment, whichever game that may be? Kids and family. Can we make the Plus a must-have family membership by enhancing the gaming experience for kids and adding on and off console content that is valued across the household? Number 3, leverage partners to scale. Partnerships can enrich Plus with entertainment variety and new play possibilities. Subscription leaders. Can we partner with the media and other subscription providers to scale our offerings for both console owners and off-console players? Third-party gaming subscriptions. Can partnerships drive engagement through ongoing benefits and content across platforms? Streaming platforms. Can strategic partnerships enable us to meaningfully expand our game streaming reach? They also had slides, Mav, and I'm bringing you in on this. Service 3.0 aims to expand the vision for PS Plus. So it goes from what we have today, essential, extra, premium, Vision become an essential membership service. Services 3.0 become the most exciting and desirable entertainment membership service globally. And within that, they have graphics representing mobile, PC, music, multimedia, gaming, and connecting with other people. They have that is in there as well. And then it gets into the broadened distribution. Mav, again, we kind of touched on this. Again, your rant was great. This is all part of a continuing conversation that we continuously have about Sony and what they're trying to do here. But these slides, Mav, are asking honest to goodness, common sense questions that have already been answered time and time again. Now, I can look at Sony and how they do things and how they word some of the language in here. And I can say, okay, well, Sony really truly does kind of ignore the rest of the industry because they don't believe the rest of the industry knows as much as them. And the rest of the industry doesn't have that perfect or premium experience that only they feel that they could somehow develop by themselves, and that they somehow are the only ones that are going to know how to make that specific perfect subscription service or overall ecosystem for their consumers. Nobody else has a clue because only Sony knows how to do this. But they don't have their own internal plans yet. They don't have the perfect plan. They don't have the perfect answers in there. And they're never going to
have been done years ago.
Right, Mav. And they're in the mode right now where, as you said, they have to start somewhere. So go ahead, Mav. When does Sony start this stuff? Do they start this stuff? Is that final line in that other slide that we left off with? And let me quote that final line because I think it is vital to understand that this is part of the mentality. Sony Impact. Premium sales model is the central approach. Are they once again just going to paralyze themselves, not do anything, stick to what they know best, dabble everywhere else, and not really come up with a solution? What do you think, man?
I think they're going to dabble, like you said, and not go all in on any of this shit. And that's going to be the downfall. Like they've had the opportunities to do what they need to do, but they don't have the balls to do it. You just got to look at the examples that are currently there, you know, like these slides and all this stuff, information is at least months old, probably, if not earliest weeks, right? But probably presumably months old, right? They have a first party game that came out in March of last year. And that game is still not even in their subscription service. So how can you say all of this stuff about opportunity to make it the place to be and all this kind of shit, but you don't even have the balls to put your own first-party content in the service? It's like dabbling with trying to figure out how to make it cool without giving the substance, right? They're afraid to actually put their money where their mouth is here. And until they do that, it's not going to matter. And that's the PS Plus is always going to be inferior to Game Pass, right? And that's just what it is. Like, until they fix that, that's just the thing. And there's a reason why Xbox has more subscribers to their subscription services, but has less consoles sold. Because it is that multi-tiered ecosystem that goes across PC and all these other places, right? Like, crunch the fucking numbers and see for yourself. And you say that their content from PlayStation. PlayStation will say that Xbox's content is inferior to theirs. There's actually consider Xbox as inferior in their documents in the past, right? In leaked court documents. The inferior competition, the inferior this, the inferior that. They hold themselves up on a pedestal, right? Well, how are they so inferior if they have more subscriptions than you? How is that inferior when they have more people actually playing their fucking games? Actually get that through your head, Sony, and realize that, you know what? We have some great products and we have some great games, but we're sitting in an outdated model. And they did. They sat there and they told themselves that, and they went through it and they said, but nah, we're just going to stick to the same old, same old. And then they go and they come out with this other slide, like, we need to be the coolest place across music and movies and games and all that shit. But on the contrary, you're not even putting your own shit in there. So how are we supposed to take any of this seriously? How is that supposed to be like a serious thing when one of your only first party games that come out in the last 2 years is not in your fucking service? And that's GT7. How does that make any damn sense?
Doesn't.
And that's one of the only kind of games and servicey type games that they have going. It would benefit them to give more people access to the game. And they still don't have the balls to do it. Why?
Because they don't have a roadmap to keep those players. They don't.
It's like you gotta. It's like we are certain. It's like there's so. Here's what it is. I think they're so focused on serving the existing customers.
Mm-hmm. They're enthusiasts.
They're enthusiasts, right? And that's a great thing, right? That is a great thing.
Yep.
But they are so focused on that they are slowly maybe losing some without realizing it. You know what I mean? But afraid to go out there and cast a wider net to draw more people in, right? But they say they need to. They acknowledge that it's a necessity. But you know what? We're just going to continue to service these people because that's who are our people, right? So like it's just you can't like you got to do both. You can't just do one or the other. You have to do both if they want to survive in the future, right? And I honestly think that's what they got to do. But like we'll see what they do, man. It's like interesting that they're talking some of the right things, but their actions speak differently.
Yep.
You know, I don't know if them adding Crunchyroll or like them adding like the like crappy tier of the free streaming movies is like their answers to be the coolest place to subscription service to be, you know, but that shit ain't it, man. Like some cool benefits and cool perks in there, but that's not gonna tilt the scales, man. It's not. You gotta put day one games in there, and you gotta have good day one games, and not just from yourself, but also from third party partners, and you got to do it frequently. We calculated roughly about 4 day one games a month in Game Pass between third party and first party. Yep. About 4, and a lot of damn good ones, right?
Yep.
I wouldn't even want to dare to. Is it less than 10 for PlayStation? Probably an extra.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
day one stuff. Yeah, it's all
like
old
I
stuff,
mean, I think we can probably think about
which is fine.
Most of the ones that are that were day one. There was Sea of Stars, right? That was one.
There was oh god, shit. I don't look at PS Plus enough to even remember, but I know how was it? Another one early in the year too. There was another one early in the year that they got day one.
It's this thing is it's hard to think of them. You know what I mean? It's like
Stray was day one.
Yeah.
But again, that was last year, right? So
yeah,
whatever.
Talking about this,
was it last year, this year? I can't remember.
Stray was last year.
Last year.
Yeah.
It was up for game of the year. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, no, it's hard to think about because they don't have enough examples of it, and because it's always smaller titles too. Like they still even haven't made a push for necessarily a big third party game to be in there day one. But the facts are, if you only do that randomly, Mav, again, how are you going to the subscription
Yeah.
service only works if you keep retention up.
Right.
If the people that subscribe for that one game that you put in there, the people that aren't currently subscribed, suddenly subscribe. And they had that graph that we have from the Horizon Forbidden West when it went in to PS Plus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they use this graph to show off how much they lose in retail value, because they projected out through February 2024 that they would have 11 million. If they had not put it in PS Plus, they would have 11 million purchasers, right? 11 million players. But they put it in the PS Plus, and the graph projection shows that by February 2024, with it being in PS Plus, they will have 15 million players on Horizon Forbidden West. And that the increase in PS Plus subscriptions is significant because of it being in there, a day one first party big game. And they try to say, well, see how much value we lose. Well, yeah, because if you do it that way and you randomly put one of your first party titles in there, sure, you're going to see a bump in subscription, but you're not going to hold those subscriptions. You guys know this because you don't have the content to keep people coming back month after month. Whether that's third party or first party, you're not investing there. So yeah, of course that's going to happen. We know that happens. We know that Xbox could sell more copies of a game on their first party if they never had Game Pass. Duh. Yeah. Of course. But again, you can't half-ass it. This isn't a dip your toe in and think that you're suddenly going to find the perfect subscription. You're not, because it doesn't work that way. You have to be all in, because you're never going to retain the amount of consumers that are going to make it valuable to you long-term. Subscription is a long-term play.
Yeah. And what did Game Pass do to support when they didn't have a lot of first-party content? You know, they supported it and they grew based on third-party games, right? Like, to say that
slowed down for sure in 2022, it slowed down. We know that for a fact.
But it was still down, profitable.
But
that was what saved them last year.
Correct.
Right? And like on their financials that came out, that like the content and services was like the thing that was up, right? Like that kind of cemented the fact that they could still survive even when a year where they didn't have any first-party content as far as still being a profitable company. Right. And that was because of this. It was because of the Game Pass subscriptions and the deals that they made to bring games to the service and the subscriptions that they got. And they like the idea that you can just paint it as a picture of one game and what it's going to do to you and all this kind of stuff. Like it doesn't work that way. You can't do it that way. And it's like this broken mentality that's been proven wrong now. Like it just doesn't make sense.
And that's fine, Trevor. And Trevor, I see you putting in the stats like from Epic Games, what they say they lose and all that kind of stuff. And you're right. Sony can't eat the costs per se that Xbox can. You're absolutely, of course, you're absolutely correct. We know this. Again, as much people like to deny this, we know that the financial situations are opposites when it comes to trying to eat those kind of costs. But that's a fair point to bring up, but then Sony should be looking at the advantages they do have and take advantage of that. And they've got a lot smarter people than any of us in the community working for them that should be able to come up with a plan that either you're going to admit, and these slides aren't admitting it, that your subscription service will never be perfect. You will never be the leader in the subscription service. You will never find that ultimate value where you become the ultimate subscription service as they're trying to describe in these slides. And you say to yourselves, okay, PS Plus is simply going to be an optional add-on for our consumers that maybe some will see enough value in. We'll throw in music and movies, and maybe that'll create some more value. But we're never going to try to compete day one with Game Pass, and we're never going to try to become the world leader in subscriptions. You can go that route. That's okay. I have zero problem with that. But then you wind up in the same spot. What are you going to do to drive revenue? How are you going to do anything if you're not going to even put out multiplayer games or games as a service, and you're going to cancel them all before they even launch? How are you ever going to find that other additional revenue? PSVR 2 is not going to do it for you. We already know this. Accessories like PS Portal are not going to do it for you. Okay, so what are you going to do in the other areas then to make up for that so that you can continue doing what you do best, which is your AAA single player experience games? What are you going to do? Are you going to continue to slash budgets? Are you going to continue to raise prices? Okay, that's one way you can go. But right now, Sony doesn't have any of that because they're putting out this internal stuff that is conflicting with everything that they're trying to do in a lot of ways because they don't have the answers. They can't answer it themselves as to which way they want to actually play this game. And that's where they're stuck. That's why they're in rough waters with no direction right now. Yes, they have the 3-to-1 console sales. That's fantastic. They can still put out single player IP that sells well and does make a profit eventually for them. But as they have already admitted, that's not sustainable. But they refuse to make any other decisions. They refuse to do anything else. They dip their toes everywhere else. They never dive in. You can only sit in this spot for so long before the storm swallows you up. And you find yourself in a really rough spot with no sales. Okay, that they are treading right now because they have the console sales, because they have the popularity, but they have to take advantages where they can. So if they're not willing to do the subscription service flat out or full out or start leaning in that direction, then as Matt brought up before, where is your PC store? Where is your PC? Where's your day one games on PC for your first party exclusives? Why do you continue to ignore that market? Why is that not already a pillar? You've had long enough to do this. Why are you not making sure that those titles are out with the hype, getting the maximum amount of sales on PC? And don't talk to me about pirating. Don't talk to me about all the nonsense about there. Okay. Everybody else is in the same damn boat. Sony isn't special, and everybody else is still putting their games on PC day one and making money off of it. So why isn't Sony taking advantage of that? I'm just saying, there are other ways to do it. They can't go 1-for-1 with Microsoft and Xbox. We've talked about that. They can't match 1-for-1. They never will be able to. But they have other advantages that they simply seem unwilling to use, as I've pointed out many times. And as Mav has pointed out multiple times too. It's a strange position for Sony to be in. Again, this isn't about Sony failing. It's about Sony saying that they want to move into the future, but they keep
doing the same thing.
They keep doing the same thing. They're not moving anywhere. They're not doing anything to say that they really want to do that. Now, if all of a sudden their games start coming out on PC day one, like if this Wolverine leak is real and that PC version is an actual PC version that they are planning to launch day one, and they start moving that direction, I will say bravo, about time. This is where you guys needed to go. If they get a Sony store out next year, fantastic. Great start. That's something. Dive in. Cool. But right now, just can't see it. Too many questions. They're asking questions internally on their own slides. They're asking, these questions should have been answered years ago, like Matt said. Where you been? What have you been thinking of? What have you been doing? Where's the disconnect internally, right? Was the disconnect when Jim took over? Was the disconnect when they moved to the West, got away from Sony Corp? Is there, again, what's happening internally? Just my thoughts.
Yeah. It could be a cultural thing with, Sony in Japan, and, like.
Could be.
I don't know.
We've had these problems. That's a problem. And it's not as, you wouldn't think in 2023 that would be as big an issue as it once was, which we saw with Sega. I mean, again, as much as that Sony helped kill off Sega in the console market, they were doing it internally themselves because they were fighting internally between the West and the East. And you would think that in 2023 that wouldn't happen. But a lot of that old philosophy in the East is still there. We've seen it with the companies over there. Square Enix, we got example after example where that philosophy still is a problem. And it's still a problem for Xbox trying to convince the East that they need to bring their games everywhere, right? That's what they're trying to do. Don't skip out on Xbox. Even if you don't see a whole lot of sales, per se in your projections, it still starts to create new fan bases. You got to do that. We just saw Sega put out their slides this week, right, Mav? Their big discussion where they're going multi-plat with everything. They're like, we're done. We're not withholding any games from anybody. We are all in on putting our games everywhere. They finally got the light turned on. Sony, maybe there is still that disconnect that you just brought up, Mav. Maybe the eastern side of Sony Corp is still fighting or maybe just not seeing what the Western side is and vice versa. And they're kind of in this stalemate lock situation where decisions just aren't being made. Or if a decision is made, then somebody's countering that decision and they're backpedaling off of it, which might be happening as we speak right now with the games as a service. Those things are going to stall you out. Period.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, ultimately, like PlayStation is going to continue to make some great games, and I want to see what beyond Insomniac. I want to see, you know, what else they have planned. But like,
they got a ton of talent, man.
Yeah,
They got a ton of talent. They got a ton of great teams.
The next couple years might be a little sketchier part for them. Like, we'll see. Like, maybe they got some surprises, but you know, right now with what we know coming in the next 2 years, it's not a lot to get crazy excited about, you know. Like, so I think maybe hopefully they have a show where they announce some of that stuff this year, you know. But we'll have to wait and see. Like, did this dabbling in games of service and not committing and, you know, trying to figure things out and all that kind of stuff, like put them behind. And I guess we'll find it. We'll find out. We'll find out the answers. Spartan 661 hit us with a $2 super chat earlier. Said, "Happy holidays, fun speculation, family, and chat." Well, happy holidays to you, Spartan 661. Appreciate you so much, and everybody else here hanging out. I hope you all have an amazing holiday this coming a week, and it's one of the best times of the year for sure. But thanks for hanging out tonight with us. Y'all rock.
100%. Nearly 4 hours in. And again, we could keep talking on these leaks. I mean, again, there's so much more here. But we should probably start winding down at some point here.
Yeah.
But Mav, we
4 hours in. Oh my god.
I know, bro. There's a couple things I do think we need to touch on real quick, obviously, because there's some more big news this week outside of the leaks too. And the big news from Xbox side of things was that Bobby Kotick is out early. This was, and they are changing leadership extremely fast. It sounds like that those, what we heard, Mav, earlier, I think about a month ago or so, where they came out and said, hey, this transition with Activision Blizzard is going much smoother than even we anticipated, that it's going great. Kind of might have accelerated this process and gotten Bobby out sooner. Because, you know, Bobby was talking about sticking around till March next year or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but Bobby's out December 29th. He's out of here. He's out of here, man. They also, this is from The Verge. Shout out to Tom Warren, who's been fighting the good fight out here too with some of the console warriors. It's been freaking fantastic to see Tom just going, fuck you guys. I don't care what you guys think. It's been great. But shout out to Tom. Always
one of my favorite people in games media, man.
I'm not going to read this whole damn thing, but I will just give you kind of the breakdown up front, what he talks about. Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick is stepping down officially December 29th. Microsoft has not appointed a direct replacement and instead has rolled the suite of Activision Blizzard executives, including Blizzard President Mike Ybarra, Activision Publishing President Rob Kostich, and Activision Blizzard Vice Chair Thomas Tipple under Microsoft's Game Content and Studios President Matt Booty. Matt Booty's plate has grown exponentially, Mav. Just 2 years ago, year and a half, 2 years ago, we were talking about, does Matt Booty have too much on his plate? Well, they gave him a new position, a raise, and said, here you go, Booty. Carry about 30 more plates while you're at it. Why don't you do that? Kotick's departure comes just 2 months after some big Xbox leadership changes that saw Sarah Bond promoted Xbox president, leading all Xbox platform and hardware work, and Matt Booty promoted the president of game content and studios, including overseeing Bethesda and ZeniMax Studios. Now Booty is getting even more responsibilities with Bethesda, Activision Blizzard, and Xbox Game Studios all under his watch. All right. Microsoft is largely keeping the leadership team of Activision Blizzard in place with some executive level exceptions. Activision Blizzard Chief Communications Officer, everybody favorite, Lulu, unfortunately, will leave the company at the end of January. Humam Sakini, Vice Chairman of Blizzard and King, will also depart at the end of December. Another Activision Blizzard executives will also depart March 2. Brian Bulato, Chief Administrative Officer, Julie Hodges, Chief People Officer, Armin Zera, Chief Financial Officer, and Grant Dixon, Chief Legal Officer, are all reporting to their Microsoft gaming equivalents, while Thomas Tipple, Vice Chairman of Activision Blizzard, is reporting to Matt Booty for now. He will depart Microsoft in March alongside other Activision Blizzard executives. Additionally, a memo from Matt Booty announced some of the changes taking place at ZeniMax and Bethesda, including that Jill Braff has been named the new head of those studios. Braff worked on the integration team when ZeniMax and Bethesda joined Xbox in 2021 and will lead the studio development team. I also read up on her a little bit. She's been with Microsoft for quite a while. She was also the head of their mobile gaming division at one point as well. She's got a lot of experience. She's been elsewhere in the gaming world as well. She is taking over ZeniMax. That's kind of a surprise a little bit.
Yeah.
But, interesting. All right, I think that's enough. I think we got the idea. Mav, big moves here, continuing this whole process. We know that the overall integration is going well. Obviously, anytime you bring on, 15,000 employees, like that's no easy task.
Yeah.
There's been some sadness in the Xbox community with Lulu being gone. She was a favorite. She was the face of Activision Blizzard. I know the circus on the other side absolutely despised her. I think she's one of the worst people in the world just simply because she spoke her mind out on X about the Activision Blizzard King acquisition. Didn't take no shit from anybody. Exposed Jim Ryan at one point for his backroom dealings. I said from the get-go, I've been on record again, I didn't fanboy necessarily over her, but I looked at her and what she did through social media. She's a talent. And I said that Satya should give her, if there was no place with her because of redundancy, which is what this is, why she's leaving is because her position is redundant. They already have, their position filled on the Microsoft side. I said that Satya should bring her into Microsoft and give her a position as a whole for the company because talent-wise, how she communicates to regular people like us. I don't care if you want to say it's her job. It's fake. Not everybody can do what she did. Not everybody can do memes at that corporate level that work with regular people. We've seen failures time and time. Lulu's extremely talented. So a lot of people are sad I hear about that. But again, Mav, more so the addition to Matt Booty's responsibilities. We have had those discussions and questions here in the past about Booty. Obviously, we saw some internal emails that showed a different side of Booty, and we all went, Booty's a stone cold killer.
Booty don't look so bad from that angle, does it?
Nah. Booty's looking pretty good. Pause. But obviously, there's an extreme amount of confidence from Phil and everybody else within Microsoft and Xbox that Booty can handle this. So they're just throwing it. And obviously, he's got other people underneath him. It's not just Booty answering everything, but obviously the major decisions are going to fall on him. How do you feel about these changes, Mav, overall? Do you see anything in these changes guiding forward? We got confirmation that like Mike Ybarra is staying on, that he's not going anywhere. He made posts before prior to all these moves that he said they'll have to drag me out of Blizzard, right? So it sounds like Ybarra, for all the other stuff that happened when he was with Xbox, seems like it's water under the bridge, at least right now, and that he's cool. He is where he wants to be. He is happy, but not naming a replacement for Bobby Kotick, kind of moving everybody and shuffling everybody underneath Microsoft, including Booty. What do you think about all this, man?
That's interesting. But one of the more interesting things was the ZeniMax Bethesda aspect, right? With the other move with, was it Jill Braff?
Yes. Yes, Graff.
That one was really interesting because
it was
ZeniMax Bethesda's a straight up Xbox game studio, big ass entity now, branch there. They're fully incorporated, ran by Microsoft and all that stuff pretty much. It spelled the writing on the wall when Pete Hines left, I feel like, right? So it seems like just over time, more integration. It's been a few years now since they've been a part of it. On the Kotick side, good riddance. I feel like he's just out the door.
Sooner the better.
And it seems like you said, the transition's going great, and it seemed that way from day one. Even at BlizzCon, we had this conversation at BlizzCon, the way that the people that were being interviewed, remember this had just become final, right? And we were questioning, is Phil Spencer going to show up at BlizzCon, or were they going to talk about anything? And the way, the way they presented that, and it wasn't just like the Phil on stage thing, but like it was the interviews that were happening at BlizzCon from people at Blizzard, interview with Mike Ibarra, interview with other people as well, and it was like they are already fucking talking like they're just like Team Xbox, like let's go and all this
Especially the
stuff.
World of Warcraft team leads
Yeah,
that
man.
we're talking about. Yeah,
It was like
this is the Microsoft way. Of course, we had discussions about putting on console. We're Microsoft now. It was like, what?
Yeah, I know. It was so like, man, they're like, that's fast. You know what I mean? Like there was no like weird pause and interim phase or whatever. It's like they were fully ready for this, and like it seems like they kind of already knew what was going to happen. I'm sure these talks have been going on for a while, and just kind of officially announced. Lulu, yeah, it sucks because she was awesome on the internet and stuff, and like really interacted with the fans and stuff like that, and you know, got mixed it up a little bit when it was time to do so.
Mixed it up a lot.
And defended,
her call out of Jim was freaking crazy.
Yeah, and defended things as well. Like it's just great at social media and interacting, and a great messenger for a company. Like I'm sure she's gonna get a good payout from this as well as like everybody else that's moving on. So like they're gonna all go on to do great things, I'm sure. So, you know, as far as Booty though, like man, like that is a task. Now we saw that side of him, like you talked about, like when those emails came out, and thank God for those, because that's seeing like a savageness, like a business mentality, but also a pride, like that represents like we're Xbox, we need to fucking dominate. Like, I love seeing that from somebody in a leadership position, about having that pride and respect for feeling like we need to be number one. You know what I mean? Right. Like, and even if you don't achieve it, or even if you have your other ways of going about doing things and all this kind of stuff, that mentality can be infectious throughout an entire organization, right? If you like, and that's like almost the opposite persona of what Phil's been out with the communities a lot and all these kind of things. Like, I remember the nice guy Phil thing came from a long time ago and stuff. Now we've seen enough behind the scenes to know kind of like what that's all actually about, right? But like at the end of the day, we see Matt Booty and what he's talking about in these emails and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, man, they really want to grow this and have Xbox be a dominant force in gaming and have great products. And you know, when we saw that stuff, I started to do more of a reflection on Matt Booty and like all the things that's happened, because there was a lot of negativity, and there's other people in the games media or in other personalities that have kind of said that he wasn't great for the position and all these kind of things and stuff. So it was kind of, there was a lot of that out there. But then you take kind of a look back at it, and he was part of all of this growing process with all the studios and all these kind of things. Growing these studios, all this has got to be part of his process too, and all these kind of decisions with investments and funding and checking out things, right? Deadlines is only one metric, right? Deadlines is only one aspect of his job, of teams meeting their games on time. But there's all these other things about kind of like allowing the creativity to flow through all these teams and all this kind of stuff. And but I took a step back and kind of looked at it about what he achieved even through all this time when he was getting criticized so much, and what he achieved was the thing that Sony cannot achieve and still is not able to do today, and that's create several successful games as a service. Through all this time, when he was getting criticized for games not delivering, all these different things, secretly, like without us really thinking about or acknowledging or noticing, they were growing. Sea of Thieves or Halo Infinite came out, and they still didn't back down on any of those games, right? They didn't abandon them, right? Nope. They started Grounded, right? They gave that team a budget to start and do that. Like Minecraft keeps being successful, all these things. I don't know everything, like what his responsibilities are, but you have to look at it and be like, okay, well, if he's in charge of these studios that are reporting to him and stuff now, like, and like he's the kind of supposed to be in charge of that aspect, and we have all these successful games as services now on Xbox that, you know, that's kind of like a credit to him, especially when you see their biggest competition fail to do even one. Right. So, yeah,
if you're going to give him the flack, you got to give him the flowers too. You
Right.
got to do both.
So he's done fantastic with that. And, you know, you see like, okay, maybe he wasn't at those times as, you know, it's just a reflection of the amount of studios and the kind of projects that they were working on. It's just kind of the situation that Xbox was in. But like, even with all of that, it's still created successful, long-lasting franchises. And you see that aspect of his mentality. And especially actually hearing him in an interview, he's doing an interview where they, I can't remember who it was with, but they talked about his career and stuff. And man, that dude has like a fascinating fucking career. Like, like different kind of person that I ever thought he was, really. Like, and you grow some respect there, like with the creative side and all these kind of things that he has. He understands all of that. So I'm super on board with him, like getting this opportunity to be in charge of these pillars, right? We'll call them the pillars of booty, right? You got the.
I love our chats whenever we have booty conversations because we just love saying the last name. Like we could sit here and just say Matt the whole time, but no, we got to say booty.
We got to say booty. It's booty. It's not him unless it's booty. But yeah, like you have those pillars like now underneath them, and it's like that mentality that we've seen from him, right, is what is directing that underneath. And that's going to be important, I think, for the Xbox brand going forward, and it's going to help us get better products and games, I think, at the end of the day, which is what matters most.
And it stabilizes a lot of different moving pieces right now that they have, right? With all these different teams, they got a lot. The one thing you gotta have is a solid base, right? And having Booty there, right, in charge, even if it is a lot of responsibility, right? Having him as the one central figure, obviously, again, he's got other people underneath him that'll handle other stuff.
Yeah.
But having him there, who's worked with Phil for as long as he has, who's worked with Sarah Bond since she got there, right? Has the experience in the industry. Then you move Jill Braff into the spot over ZeniMax, like you said, Mav, great point. Putting the final stamp on ZeniMax is now Xbox, right? That is their company now. Like she is the head of it, right? So that is now there, and she's been there for a long time, understands the philosophy of Microsoft again and Xbox, and has worked with all these people for years and years and years as well. Now you're creating this stable base. Again, who they finally decide to put over Activision, I still think they need a central figure over there. That will also be an interesting time when they finally decide to do that. But right now you have Ybarra over Blizzard. Again, Xbox guy, knows Phil, you know, like nobody else, has worked with him. All the communication, all the language, all the philosophy across Xbox, Activision, Blizzard, King, ZeniMax, all in alignment. If you're going to pull something off as big as they're trying to pull off, you need that in spades, and they've got that through these promotions, through everything else. Really good moves here. Again, going to be interesting, fascinating to watch how this all transforms, what it looks like through successes, through failures, and what we got down the road here. A lot coming. But yeah, right now I love these moves. I think it really does stabilize everything.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a trickle down effect, right? You know, you got to create that chain of command flow through all companies, even big and small, right? It just really helps things. And I couldn't imagine like having to have a chain of command flow for something that massive to be able to operate and function properly. But you know, they got to like that, and that's Phil's biggest task. Really,
and they've got a parent company who's one of the biggest parent companies or one of the biggest companies in the world, right? So they've already got structure on how to do that across the globe,
for sure,
right? So it is fantastic.
It's just interesting, like all the decisions and where they go and like who approves what, and getting out in sync with different branches across different companies and all this stuff, and knowing that a lot of these companies even actually work together at times and stuff and help each other on things. Like so many moving parts and stuff to all of this. It's super fascinating. And like it's you know, coming from like a management, like project management kind of background, right? Like just like even just focusing on like a couple of projects at once. Like even if it were to get busy and I have like 3 or 4 projects going at once, it's like, oh, my mind's fucking swimming and like trying to keep up with that. It's impressive to see what these people can actually handle, right? Like
a lot of trust needed, Mav, down below.
Yeah, for
Whoever's you got to have trust in the chain. We talked about that too, with Redfall, the situation and stuff. Maybe there was a break in that chain somewhere, and obviously it's been talked about and all that kind of stuff. But you got to have trust in the people underneath you. You got whoever is that direct position underneath, or those multiple people, you got to believe that they are doing the exact job the way that you would do it,
Yep.
right? And that it's going to get up to you when it's time for you to make your decision, that you're getting complete information, that there's nothing missing that is going to potentially say, oh shit, I should have known that before I would have made
which
the
has
same
happened.
decision.
This
It's
has happened, right?
Correct.
So
Correct.
that's
And that's yep.
that's trying to iron out those things. We did get a $5 super chat from Biggity08. It says, with Sarah Bond becoming Madam President of Xbox Hardware, do you guys think she will be the new spokesperson? If not her, then who? I think so. Matt's not really like a big spokesperson type guy, right?
No.
I called him Matt. I'm sorry. Booty. Yeah. But like Sarah Bond's built for that role. You know what I mean? Like she shines in that role. Great at that stuff. So yeah, I think it'll be her all the way. And plus that's what her role should be. Like I said, in that position. So
Phil will continue to be public, right? I don't think Phil's that dude. He loves being
he
in
wants
the public.
To be a part of it too. You know what I
he
mean?
does. He's a fan. He's a fan. He's a gamer. He loves being out there. He's gonna still show his face. He's still gonna go to shows. He's still gonna talk about things. He's gonna do all that shit. But Sarah was definitely primed for this role and to be the face of Xbox, and she's the perfect face of Xbox into the future. If Phil decides to one day retire again, let's hope not, for at least for a generation, or maybe at least into the next generation. But Sarah was groomed completely for that position. That's why we saw her on stage all the time, and she's a great spokeswoman for every part of Xbox. She can handle doing what Phil does right now easily. Yep.
For sure. $5 super chat from Bold Alpha Wolfpack.
Oh, Bold Alpha. Yes.
Appreciate you, Bold Alpha. Says, I'm hoping Sarah forgoes hard drives next gen and just packs the next Xbox full of PC components to the brim. Let's go. Absolutely.
We shall see. We might find out sooner than later, which is, again, with all the rumors that we talked about with the next Xbox next gen starting, I mean, whatever you want to call it, because we're saying that Microsoft might just completely do away with gens, like it doesn't matter anymore. But their new hardware is going to be fascinating as well, what they can do with it and what they decide, their final decision. Because I think they've got other things in the works that might come midway through the next gen that maybe they try to introduce and kind of experiment with and see what they can do, especially if cloud development progresses the way that they think it will. It's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be fun because Xbox is gonna try a lot of different shit, I think. So
100%, man. Golden age,
man. Golden age of gaming. It's gonna be so much. It's the golden age across the board, not just in content at this point. The news cycle, what we get, the information that we've gotten since we started podcasting, Mav, is second to none during any other time. I mean,
100%, dude.
It's crazy.
I think it's because of us. They're doing it for us, right?
Yeah, they're totally.
100%.
Obviously, they hear us talk all the time. They're like, "Hey, let's spill some shit.
Got to give these guys some juice."
Speculation Town needs it. Let's go. Phil's like in the background. He's like, I want to be co-mayor of Speculation Town. I'm going to feed him some information.
Phil, you know,
honorary
does he qualify though when he knows all the information? We'll let him speculate on PlayStation.
Oh my god, and he wouldn't even do that. No. He's honorary co-mayor. We'll give him a key. We'll give him a key to the city, right? We'll give him a key to Speculation Town, right? So that it's honorary because he can't talk about it. He knows too much.
Right.
So what a great time, man, to be in this and to be talking with all these amazing people in the chat, all these amazing people in the community. Just truly a special, special time to be here. And I can't believe in December, Mav, when we should have like no news, we should be scrounging for something to talk about, maybe even talking about 2024. We even haven't done a full show on 2024. We've had little conversations, but we haven't even done that. That's normally what we'd be doing. But for the past month, this is the types of weeks we've been getting with the freaking news, man. It's been crazy. Everybody's on holiday, and we're still getting massive news weeks. #1 entertainment industry in the world right here. Video games. Incredible. So much fun, man.
And
What a
Punk,
show.
We just
What a
passed.
show.
We
Yeah.
just passed 4,500 subs.
Yo, hey,
Yeah,
round of
40
applause.
Thanks,
Put the
guys.
claps up in the chat. 4,500 subs.
If you like the content, always remember to like, share, and subscribe, and all that kind of stuff, and
You
hit the
guys are
notification bell. You guys rock. And honestly, like subscriptions, like for me, is just one thing. Like doesn't mean anything without actually seeing people here hanging out with us in the fucking chat. Like to actually have people here, like, because you can have 50,000 subs if there's nobody here hanging out. What's the fucking point? Right? What's the fucking point? I love seeing the engagement and you guys actually here hanging out, real fucking people hanging out, talking games with us. You all rock. Love it, man. You guys are amazing and make this all so much damn fun.
You guys make me laugh so much. Amit Kumar, shout out to you. Says, what leaks? Sorry, I only watch Kind of Funny, so I don't know what these leaks are. I love it.
It's funny.
I love it. No, again, can't tell you guys enough. Just nothing but love and respect as we head into 2024 with the community that we have here and across all of our shows, and what we've built is just super special to me. Never in a million years when I started podcasting did I think I was going to be talking to, 200 people in chat, or, on Boom's show now 500, 1,000, Iron Lord, everybody across all these great shows that I started listening to before I ever started podcasting. I've just watched this blossom, like this whole experience. Again, it's just such a cool, unique thing to be a part of that I never imagined myself being a part of. And to have nearly 200 people here on a Thursday night, right before the holidays, before Christmas, listening to us for nearly 200 people stayed for almost the entire 4 hours. Like that to me is just extra special. Like, I just love it. Again, I always picture in my head, because just seeing you guys chat is enough. But then I always think about, once if we didn't have the internet and it was just me and Mav on a stage in a theater, and we were sitting at a table and there's 200 people in the audience showing up to listen to me and Mav talk and throw a comments at us every once in a while. Right. That to me is
just fucking
just
amazing.
so freaking mind blowing at times, man. So thank you all for being here. Again, Mav, do you have anything final, any small news, anything else you want to make mention of, or are we good?
No, we're not going to do our show. There'll be no Xbox Ultimate tomorrow.
Okay. You did decide to.
Yeah, we're gonna take off for the holidays. Monday and Tuesday we will not have shows of next week as well, so there will be no FSP or Fun Pop. We're all gonna be hanging out with family for the holidays and all that kind of stuff, and then next Thursday and Friday though, I believe, unless anything happens,
PM might be a late one next week. Well, you and I will have to talk behind
We'll
the
talk
scenes,
about it.
I might have to make some hours up for work since I'm not getting my long hours in on Monday and Tuesday. So I might have to start a little bit late. We'll still do a PM in the PM. I'm cool with it. We just might do it a little bit later.
Okay, right on. Either way, but I think as of right now, like we'll probably have shows for Thursday and Friday of next week.
Yep.
But guys, this has been an amazing fucking.
This has been.
You guys rock, and this has been an amazing show. And can't thank you all enough for the support. It's never expected, always appreciated, and you rock. Pong Soul, where can everybody find you, sir?
My God, why are you taking over host?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
You're going right into it.
I went back to my host era.
Yeah, you did. It was funny because you just rolled into it. It was
sorry.
Hey, I wanted to show you guys this too. If you guys saw, I had retweeted this the other day. There was a special Game Pass deal through Best Buy. Game Pass Ultimate, they had it on sale for 3 months for $20, right? You maxed out at 3, but I thought this was pretty cool because it came with a Starfield package when you bought it. Ooh. So I got 3 of these, right? So I got the Game Pass Ultimate card, right? But then I got this cool package, and I'm going to show you guys. So
show us your package, Pong.
I'm going to pause. Holy cow. So this comes out of the sleeve, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a nice little box that they've got, a little Starfield box. And inside that box, I can get this one open. Inside that box, got 3 Starfield stickers in here, boys and girls.
What?
Pretty damn cool. So I got 3. I got 9.
3 months of Game Pass for $15?
$20.
$20?
$20.
And 3 stickers?
$20. And 3 stickers with a nice Starfield box. How about that deal? Shout out to Best Buy coming through.
Is it still there?
No. No, I put it in the DMs for everybody. I let everybody know. I retweeted it. So shout out to Wario. Shout out to Wario. I don't know how you passed. 3-Bit took advantage. 3-Bit got his. He took advantage. He said, thanks, Pong.
I missed it.
You did miss it. You did miss it. Yeah, I needed it. Because mine was expiring finally after all these years. So I needed it. So right time, got 9 months for $60. Game Pass Ultimate plus Starfield stickers and boxes. That's a hell of a deal. Merry Christmas to me.
That is a hell of a deal, man. I gotta be honest, I'm a little jealous. I'm a little pissed off that you didn't send it in the DMs twice.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was at work.
You should have known that I missed it. You should have.
Oh, I should have cycled you know that? Yeah. Anybody, everybody who's still here with us, if you are listening to us in the future, if you dipped out after 5 minutes and caught us back later, or whatever the case may be, if you've been lurking the entire time, listen, y'all. Great episode of PM in the PM. Another Thursday in the books. Coming up on the holidays. Again, shout out to you. Shout out to your families. Again, hug those closest to you. If you know somebody who doesn't have anybody and has a hard time during this time of the year, please reach out to them. If you are one of those people that has a hard time during this time of the year, for whatever reason, reach out to somebody. Say hi. DMs are always open. Again, I can't answer life's questions, but I can certainly be an ear. But always make sure that happens. Again, that should be all the time, but it's especially hard for people around this time of the year. I've been through it myself at certain points in life, so I get how that goes. So please, but no matter what, I want you all to have a safe and happy holiday. However you celebrate it, whatever you celebrate, even if you don't celebrate, listen, thoughts are with you during this time. And again, can't help but thank you all for everything that you've done for this show, this channel, for all of our shows, Living Split Screen, all of Boom shows, the Shop podcast, PTK Blam, all of that stuff, wherever you're at. Thank you for making 2023 a great year. And we'll be back again. We should have a PM in the PM, but I just want to get that sentiment across as we come into what is Christmas weekend and before Christmas on Monday. So love you all. Nothing but respect. Thank you all for being here. The support, again, as Mav always says, and we always say, never expected, but always appreciated here. So thank you for making this show extra special tonight. And we're going to get Mav out of here. So Mav, you talked about it already. So you kind of did your outro, right?
Yeah.
Do you have
we're good. No.
Okay, we're good.
You guys
okay.
amazing.
Mav did his outro. So you guys know the drill with me. Pong Soul on the X, formerly known as Twitter. Pong Soul on the Xbox. Follow me. I'll follow you back. Otherwise, Mav already laid it out. We're not having an Xbox Ultimate. Steele and I decided last weekend we are not going to have Living Split Screen on Saturday morning. However, keep your eyes and ears open. Steele and I might do a co-stream or do a game stream. We might just kick back and chill and talk. Again, a lot happened this week. Steele and I are not having a show, but we might get on a game together and he might stream it over on Living Split Screen because we want to give you guys some content anyway. So keep your eyes and ears open. If you're interested, drop on by and say hi if we get that up and running. Otherwise, we are not having a Shop podcast on Saturday night. I believe PTK, we decided we're not going to do a Shop podcast this Saturday. Again, enjoy what you guys got going on. Get out there, play some games. It is the golden age of gaming, folks. It really is. If you can't tell, we are hyped. We are excited. We are pumped. Tons to play, tons to do, even though I'm playing 360 game right now, whatever. That's how it goes. There's plenty out there. Get out there, play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Mav, get us out of here, brother.
Yeah. Thank you all again. Merry Christmas, happy holidays,
Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Absolutely.
See you guys later. Peace out.
Later, all.